dollar making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a masterclass in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't the general disclaimer, obviously I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that
flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it
We're getting inside of it. We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here. We are in the tornado.
In the tornado right here.
We deploy
Power lines are coming down. Stop it right here. Stop it right here.
from a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a masterclass in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't
the general disclaimer, obviously, I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that
flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news, though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it
We're getting inside of it! We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here! We are in the tornado!
In the tornado right here!
We deploy
Power lines are coming down! Stop it right here! Stop it right here!
We gotta back up!
Back it up! Back it up!
Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
from a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a masterclass in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't
the general disclaimer, obviously I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that
flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it
We're getting inside of it. We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here. We are in the tornado. We're in the tornado right here. We deploy power lines are coming down. Stop it right here. Stop it right here. We gotta back up. Back it up. Back it up.
Oh, roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a
from a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a masterclass in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't
the general disclaimer, obviously, I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that
flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news, though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it
Hey y'all, it's meteorologist Erica Lopez. It's Monday, it's May 6th, and we have a high risk of severe weather. That's a level 5 out of 5. So the highest risk that the Storm Prediction Center could even draw across the map. So what we're talking about is a high risk of severe weather in portions of Oklahoma and Kansas. So this is a big day for areas across, and a very important one across portions of Oklahoma, where safety precautions have already been taken across the state and even in Kansas. So a very important day. We have a team of meteorologists out in the field. We have meteorologist Matthew Cappucci and storm chaser Jordan Hall, who are both in western Oklahoma tonight. We'll be providing a live feed of that later on today. So stay tuned as they get the storms to go. But we do have at least one tornado warning in place right now. So this is in Kansas. And if we take a look at the MyRadar app, this is where we have that tornado warning issued. So let's zoom in here and get you the latest updates on this. So these storms, they're firing off pretty quickly already tonight. And so it looks like they just expired that tornado warning, but either way, there are several severe thunderstorm warnings issued across the state of Oklahoma already tonight, all of them in western Oklahoma. So we're going to zoom down here and show you exactly where. So this is looking at the MyRadar app. You could see those boxes drawn. Those are all severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, the primary concern with these is they're going to grow rapidly. And with this rapid growth, the atmosphere is just conducive for these types of storms to not only grow rapidly, but in intensify pretty quickly. And so that's why both our chasers are out in the field. So actually, storm chaser Jordan Hall is just miles out from this severe thunderstorm warning. This is in Watauga, Oklahoma, along, I think that's Highway 270 there. So that's where our storm chaser Jordan Hall is, closing in on this storm. And once these fire off, we're going to get tornado warning. So if you have any questions, you have concerns about what's going to happen later on today, or you happen to see our storm chaser feed and have questions regarding that, we'll be back here providing those updates. I see what comments you're leaving across our social media platforms. And again, if you're tuning in with us tonight, this is going to be a long one. We're going to be here for the long haul and keep you up to date on what's going to go on throughout the rest of the day today. But for now, let's take it to one of our storm chaser feeds. Let's go to storm chaser Jordan Hall first and take a look at what he's looking out there in terms of our storms. Again, like I said, he is just on the outskirts of one of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, this will go rapidly throughout the next several minutes, and it's definitely, some of these are definitely some to watch. Already producing a lot of lightning, so something to keep in mind. But Matt Highland, if you can tell me when we have his feet up, and we'll be good to go. So there's a nice look. I mean, it looks, it doesn't look ominous at all. There's a couple clouds, but you're definitely getting here's a couple concerns I have with what I'm just looking at from Jordan Hall's feed. So even Matt Highland, our video editor who's in the background talking about this, he says it looks nice. It looks like a nice day. But of course, with that being, such a nice day, all of that heat is what really helps these storms grow. So there are already a couple clouds out there. And if you look far out in the distance, and you can see Jordan Hall there walking, there's already clouds starting to build up and grow. So they're growing rapidly already. And he's going to get, I guess he's getting a drone view. I'm seeing that on the stream of what the storms will look like. So something very interesting that's going to happen here over the next several hours. We're anticipating this. This is why they've issued that highest risk that the Storm Prediction Center can issue, that high risk of severe weather. Now, the last time Oklahoma, the state of Oklahoma itself, saw a high risk, that's a level 5 out of 5 for severe storms, was back in 2019. The last time we saw a high risk anywhere in the United States, that was last year in March of 2023, and it was actually 2 different areas. And so we were here tracking that last year along with meteorologist Matthew Cappucci and our storm chasers. So a very important day, especially for the state of Oklahoma. Now, Matt Highland's telling me that Matthew Cappucci, he's in Western Oklahoma, but where exactly in Oklahoma? Okay, yeah, let's switch to meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's live feed and take a look at what he's looking at right now. And they're both in Oklahoma. This is where we're expecting the highest threat of severe weather throughout the evening. Let's take a look here, and I'm monitoring the radar here in the background while Matt Highland switches our view there. But something too, that if you want to follow along with our storm chasers, you'll be able to, for free, in the MyRadar app here. We have several different channels so that you can watch the storms within the app. So if you're watching us, you have the app. This is in your video and storm chasers layer, in the layers menu, and that is something that'll be accessible to you throughout all of the severe weather season. So we may not necessarily be live streaming, but you will see our storm chasers live streaming during severe events. So although we may not be on camera, they will be on camera tracking these storms. So Cappucci's view looks pretty dark. He's in northwestern Oklahoma. And yeah, it looks pretty ominous there. Completely different from what Jordan Hall was seeing. Jordan Hall was still a ways away from the storm. So I'm imagining our meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is closing in on this storm as we speak tonight. So, a couple people out there driving around still in northwestern Oklahoma. Again, if you are watching us from the app and you want to join the conversation, we're live streaming on YouTube. You can leave a comment on there. We're live streaming on our Facebook and even our X platform. So if you have any questions, ask them. You can join the conversation if you're watching us from the app. That's where we, some of y'all are already joining us this evening, starting to talk to each other. But so far right now, if you're concerned, we're just seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. Earlier, there was a tornado warning in areas of Kansas that has since expired, but we're really keeping an eye on the storms in western Oklahoma right now. And so let me actually zoom into this in our app here. So we're using the MyRadar app, and you can see that just above me in the live stream here. So let's do a per station radar, and I want to get a closer look at what is going on in western Oklahoma. So a couple things too is we have a tornado watch that's been issued at least through this evening, late this evening. So a tornado watch until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This tornado watch also extends into a couple of counties in northern Texas. So it does include the city of Wichita Falls, just on that Oklahoma-Texas border. And this watch also extends into parts of Kansas. So there are a couple different watches issued that extend all the way up into Nebraska, a tornado watch. And we also have severe thunderstorm watches all the way up into parts of South Dakota and North Dakota. So this severe weather threat extends all the way from the north central plains all the way down into parts of Texas. So hundreds of miles of this severe weather threat, but really the bullseye for this severe weather threat will be in Oklahoma tonight. So let's show you that radar, that per station radar. And let's see what this reflectivity is doing. So you can see the storms already becoming strong. And again, like I said, these have the potential of not only, producing those tornadoes, but it'll happen pretty quickly. So once you get a severe thunderstorm warning, I would say just be cautious, pay attention to the radar if you can, because these all have the potential of spinning up pretty quickly and a tornado warning would be issued. Just something to keep in mind, just to give you a little bit more time. I know you guys in Oklahoma are very resilient and prepared for these types of storms. The National Weather Service offices in Oklahoma and even Kansas do such a great job of informing the public on one of these kinds of events, especially a high risk, which is a very rare event to occur. It's not something that they issue frequently, and that's why it's called a high risk, level 5 out of 5. They wait for a very important day like today, the ingredients all there, the timing to issue that kind of severe weather risk over this area. So far right now, I'm just watching a couple severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued. I'm reading some of the discussions with the National Weather Service and making sure that, we're giving y'all the right information. But for now, they are reporting at least large hail already with these storms. So all these severe thunderstorms warnings that have been issued have been associated with extremely large hail. That's one of the other risk factors that we're watching with this. And let me check in on where Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is, and I have his location actually in our MyRadar app. So to me, that looks like he's closing in on a storm, and he's very close to it. So let's see if we can pull up his feed here. And he's in northwestern Oklahoma. And Jordan Hall, every time I check in on him on our storm chasers layer, he's a little bit out. He's a little bit out of the way of Watonga, Oklahoma, on Highway 270. But there's a couple of storm chasers closing in on the storms now. So the storm just on the eastern side of Woodward is the one that has already produced some pretty significant hail. And let me zoom in here with this app.
Keep left onto US 281.
And yeah, so some pretty significant hail already being reported here. Let's see if this loads.
That's room. That's a lot of room.
In about 10 miles, prepare to park.
Yeah, we're using our vertically integrated liquid layer here, and it just really helps tell the story of where the bullseye of the hail core with the storm is. And so it's just moving right over Moreland. So that's on along Highway 412 there, just on the eastern side of Woodward, Oklahoma. So Woodward, Oklahoma on the northwest side. And if we zoom out, you can see several of these storms. They all have, or all reporting hail within the storm. So that's one of the biggest factors. So first, one of the things that you'll get is with these storms, as they grow, they'll go pretty tall in the atmosphere, and that has the potential. All of these storms really have the potential of producing that very large hail, that very large damaging hail. So that's one of the first things you'll see with these storms as they grow. And then eventually, if they can get rotation within these storms, then that's when they would issue a tornado warning, and that's where we have the probabilities of seeing numerous. And this is the Storm Prediction Center's text is numerous strong tornadoes are going to be possible tonight. And so that's why they have issued this high risk of severe weather. And so, okay, so I'm now reading the comments and just getting caught up here. So somebody's asking about Tulsa. So I know there's been a lot of focus on Oklahoma City, Interstate 40, along Interstate 35, which runs north and south. And so I mentioned this earlier in one of my videos too. Tulsa, you're just right outside of the tornado watch. At least half of the city is outside of the tornado watch. I think in Tulsa, as these storms become a line of storms later on in the evening, way late in the evening, you still have the potential of seeing some embedded rotation within this and even large hail. But I think one of the primary risks for Tulsa would be damaging winds. They're saying damaging winds in excess of 75 miles per hour or greater is possible in the Tulsa metro area. And so some of the forecasts hinting at that. So it's something to keep in mind. You also still have the potential of seeing all modes of severe weather. So I know the high risk is over areas of Oklahoma, but we are also under a moderate risk and areas around an enhanced risk. So all risk hazards, all modes, isolated tornadoes in those areas around the high risk area, but across the high risk, that's where we're watching for the potential of numerous tornadoes. So let's pull up Matthew Cappucci's feed here, and it looks like he's going in and out. It looks interesting. I'm not sure if he's speaking in his feed. Matt Holland, if you can let me know, but I kind of want to let that feed live a little bit because it looks like he's closing in on a storm. So let's pull him up. Let's crank up his audio and let's take a look. Yeah, he's in a remote area in Oklahoma, so I think his feed is going in and out. Yeah, so let's turn up his audio and check in on him and what he's up to.
Models didn't have this whole dry line firing.
Still got models. Just dry line lights up. And then OKC and Norman get her about 5 at 05. Yeah, that's freaking ridiculous.
Okay, so it looks like we just lost meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's live stream. So we'll check in back with him if Matt Hyland let me know. Yeah, okay, so there he is. Yeah, I think he's closing in on a storm, and so I'm not seeing any of these tornado warned yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if these all quickly, or one of these at least, quickly reported that here. I'm just checking in. There's so many storm chaser feeds across the MyRadar app. So if you want to follow along with several storm chasers, so in Oklahoma, you have that option using the MyRadar app here. Yeah, but I'm not really sure what storm Matthew Cappucci is on right now. Let's see. So yeah, let's turn his audio back on and put the feed full screen if we can.
Halfway to the ground, yeah.
Yes.
Wall cloud and crash. Yeah, look at that. Really pretty wall cloud in Portland. There you go. That's your Portland one.
Severe thunderstorm warning affected area ahead. Please proceed with caution.
That's sitting at
the following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Sharon, Mutual, Chester, Quinlan, and Mouse Junction. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. The tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area.
In about 10 miles, turn right onto Santa Fe Street.
Keep an eye on that too. There's quite a bit of towering over there.
Yeah.
What do we do? Is this a wave?
Yeah, it's a gravity wave. Gravity waves right there.
Let's watch that spark one soup.
I bet that's what the
Okay, so we finally updated Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's location, and so you're seeing the radar on top of me. We are zoomed in to where he is because there is now a new tornado warning issued. This is for southern Kansas and west central Oklahoma. And so, actually, this is northern Oklahoma. So let's put up the latest text here and read out
That little thing.
what is going on here. So several counties in Oklahoma are under this tornado warning. This is the first one in the state as of right now, and so this is located about 40 miles or 4 miles northwest of let's see, closing in on Waynoka here. So a couple miles just out of Waynoka, and it looks like it's becoming, every new radar scan that I'm seeing here on the MyRadar app, it's intensifying. So this is a very concerning tornado warning, and let's show you where our meteorologist, so you're seeing it here and it keeps going in and out. Our meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is on this storm right now, but I just wanted to quickly read out what is going on with this tornado warning before we go back to his live stream. It's spotty, it's in and out, as he is in a remote area in Oklahoma, but again, this is a tornado warning. Nothing right now has been confirmed. This is just spinning up quickly. It has rotation within it, so let's put up that velocity layer. And of course, this helps us see where exactly the rotation is. So it might just be because the radar's a little bit out of the way, but I can definitely see indications that this is spinning right now, where you're seeing a little bit of that blip of red surrounded by the green. That is telling me that there is rotation within the storm just on the west or southwest side of Waynoka. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is in Waynoka this evening, and he is watching that storm. So he's driving there. I see rain out in the distance for him, and he's been doing a phenomenal job these past several days and weeks tracking these storms. There's been almost a tornado, at least confirmed, every single day for the past week and a half. So very active already start to the severe weather season, and he's doing a phenomenal job. So I want to show you his location here on the app, and before we take his feed full screen. So I know a lot of you are curious about his location. And so, yeah, so he's actually in Waynoka. So just a little bit closing in on the storm. or close to closing in on this storm here. So let's see.
Did you see it crack my mirror? The line X guy or the bullet liner guy.
Yeah, so we'll take it full screen now to his camera view. If you have any questions, we'll be answering them in the chat. Any concerns, and of course we're gonna be here all evening tracking these storms for y'all. So let's put up Matthew Cappucci's live stream here full screen, and let's see if he's giving us any updates right now with his audio.
I just don't need the mirrors for my Macs. And I save money.
But they're all going to produce.
Oh yeah, look
How
how
far away from Kansas is that cell?
that cell's less than an hour from us. We're right here. It's an hour to Tacoma.
Yes.
us down.
Room on the lowest floor of a building. The storm is producing large hail. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern major and southeastern Windward counties. At 4:39 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 4 miles southeast of Shamrock, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Hazard, 60 miles an hour wind gusts at half hours.
In half a mile, turn right onto Santa Fe Street.
Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Shamrock, Angel, Chester, Brooklyn, and Mouse Junction. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for East Central Roger Mills, Northwestern Custer, and Southwestern Dewey counties. At 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located in Pandora, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour.
Turn right onto Santa Fe Street. Then turn left onto Flynn Street.
This is a radar indicated threat. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles.
Turn left onto Flynn Street.
To roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Lacey, Pandora, and Morwood. A tornado warning
In about 12 miles, turn right onto State Highway 45.
develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. The tornado warning for southwestern Alfalfa and northwestern major counties is canceled. The tornadic thunderstorm was brought to the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern major and southeastern Windward
All right, so you've been watching meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's live stream. He's on a tornado warned storm. And so we're taking a look here on the MyRadar app that has been playing over the last several minutes. I've been watching the latest radar scans here. Again, meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is near Waynoka, Oklahoma. So that's where our first tornado warning of the evening has been issued. And let's zoom out. All right, so let's get you some of the latest facts with what's going on with this tornado warned storm. So we still have meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's live stream. You're seeing it there. He's just close to Waynoka. We were talking about that earlier, but I just wanted to get you some quick facts on this storm. Right now, I'm not seeing any reports that this is a confirmed tornado. As you can see, we can't see it visually for meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's live stream. It's going in and out, so a little hard to tell, but there actually has been a new tornado warning issued just south of this area. So if you're seeing it on the MyRadar screen, there are 2 tornado warnings now issued. So the first one that we were talking about near Waynoka, this goes until 5:15 p.m. Central Time for East Central Woods County. Again, right now, the main hazard is a tornado, of course, and golf ball sized hail. So not only do we have the potential of tornadoes, but also golf ball sized hail. The storm to the south of the tornado warning, that's also tornado warned. This is for Woods County, Alfalfa County, Western Major County, and Woodward County. This is until 5:45 this evening. Nothing confirmed either, but golf ball size hail is another risk factor with these storms. Let's show you what's going on with velocity, just so you can get an idea of where the potential rotation within this storm is located. So there's 2 areas here. There's one just right in Waynoka, going right over Waynoka. That's where we're seeing the circulation. South of this area, just on the western side of Highway 412. So let's go to Matthew Cappucci's feed. I think that's a wall cloud that he's seeing. So let's go there, and I don't know if he has audio, if he's talking, but that is very striking. Again, he's on that tornado warned storm that's north, that's in Waynoka, passing over Waynoka. And it's rapidly developing quickly. So nothing confirmed on the ground, but if there's something confirmed, our meteorologist Matthew Cappucci will see it here in this live feed. So let's crank up his audio, Matt, and let's see what he's seeing there.
These guys. We're moving because that's what my gut tells me. Goodbye, storm. It's always tough to leave a tornado warning storm, but I think I'm doing the right thing. Right now, I am in the town of Waynoka, heading east. I'm trying to reposition. There is a second storm, a little bit more interesting to myself. It's a little more robust. It has more moist air in the south to tap into. I think I'm heading down to the town of Fairview or Cleo Springs. The only thing, we're already seeing chaser convergence. All these people in a conga line of cars. I don't know if they have the same idea where they're targeting. Really doesn't matter. The tricky part is that we're all essentially held up by one person going too slow or by one big tractor trailer. Already there's an 18-wheeler and a whole conga line of cars being held up. Today's one of those days where the 18-wheelers are going to, unfortunately, really hamper A, a lot of people's chases, but B, negatively impact a lot of people's safety. So I'm going to everything in my power to get south ASAP, I might be able to see the northern circulation. The storm that I was just on is already recycling. I am much more interested, though, in the one near Cleo Springs. That one might be a little bit more rain rapidly. Tough to tell, but in any case, that's what we're doing, and we'll see what happens. I wish that big truck would just pull over. Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, I'm seeing less organization with this northern cell now, and I would just have to hope these people go the speed limit so we can get to the southern cell. The northern cell's rotation is just decreasing. I think the southern cell, the one north of the ceiling, heading the direction of Fairview and Cleo Springs, will be more primed in the medium range. I also am intrigued by another cell, the southernmost one near Leedy, north of Interstate 40 at this point, that may be primed in the medium range to produce as well. So, multiple storms we are tracking. The northern one, I may have to let it go, unfortunately, but that will put me in position for the southern two. And as a little bit of increase in the next couple hours, we'll see a robust uptick in tornado potential with any and all of these storms. And potentially be in a dangerous spot if there's a traffic jam, which there likely will be. We also have confirmation of a tornado over Smithville, Tennessee from earlier on. There's a secondary, very localized target that managed to produce, so Smithville, Tennessee had something. If you're not an experienced chaser, stay home. And a lot of folks pushed back against that sentiment, saying it was sort of virtue signaling, not virtue signaling, but sort of, gatekeeping, storm chasing. And I would disagree with that. While any and every tornado is dangerous, those that form today have the potential to be strong, to potentially violent, and long-track in nature, and to move swiftly. And it's one of those environments where beginner storm chasers, if they get themselves into an OSHID moment, they may not be able to get themselves out of that. Whereas other environments, other setups afford a little bit more forgiveness for either poor positioning or lapses in forecasting or judgment. We've all had moments where we're like, oh, that's inherent to the job, that's inherent to the occupation. But if you do this long enough, you sort of get yourself in a position where, knock on wood, you can get yourself out of whatever bind you get yourself into. But that takes a while to sort of learn.
All right, so you've been listening in to our meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's live stream. He's out there in Oklahoma tracking the latest tornado warning. So I just wanted to come back in and give you a quick update on what's going on with these storms developing. They're developing rapidly. A concerning storm that I'm tracking right now is the second tornado warning of the day that is issued just south of Waynoka. So what's interesting with this radar scan is it's starting to hook. And so that's an indication that the storm is not only strengthening, but it could possibly drop a tornado at any moment. Although that is tornado warning, if you live anywhere in these zones, you need to be in your shelter. This is in Woods County, Alfalfa County, Major County in Oklahoma. This goes until 5:45. So you have another 30 minutes on this storm. It's already intensifying rapidly. Golf ball size hail is also possible. If there's a tornado on the ground, we will be able to see it. Jordan Hall is also in western Oklahoma. Cappucci is very close to that storm we were just talking about that's starting to hook. And that's that concerning radar scan from our MyRadar app that you're seeing there if we zoomed in really close. So that's something concerning. Again, nothing confirmed right now on the ground, but at any moment this could drop a tornado. Again, this is along Highway 412 in Oklahoma. And just north of that tornado warning, that is another tornado warning just north of that. That's the one that was issued earlier. And so let's actually turn on the velocity scan here so you can see where exactly the center of the storm is. So it looks like they extended at least this storm with a severe thunderstorm warning. For the potential of hail, that's in just on the east side of Waynoka. And so this severe thunderstorm warning is for close to the Alva Regional Airport, but there's some small cities like Cherokee there in northern Oklahoma. So that's the tornado warning. This has a couple more minutes. It goes through, let's check in on how many more minutes this goes. So 5:15. So 3 more minutes on this. Looks like they just extended it as a severe thunderstorm warning. So that means golf balls up to golf ball size hail is possible with the storm. So down to the south, like we were talking about, that concerning radar signature, you can see where exactly the center of the rotation of this storm is. And I'm not sure if we have any live feed there, Matt Highland, but I'm curious to see what Cappucci's seeing on the ground, if anything has developed here. Any little second matters with these types of storms. They're just growing so quickly. The environment's just so conducive for these types of hazards. So watching this very closely. But it's spinning up, it's rotating, and that is, again, this is along Highway 412 in Oklahoma. I'm not seeing any reports yet of anything confirmed. The tornado warning text has not been updated, but I'm watching the chat here with the National Weather Service. But looks like these storms, that's already 2 of them. There's another storm that's developing pretty quickly just south of this area. And that is with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings already been issued across the state of Oklahoma. There's also severe thunderstorm warnings already in the state of Kansas. And so an already active evening. And so I'm trying to check in on meteorologist Matthew Cappucci here. So it looks like he's still driving. Trying to close in on the storm. And so I'm seeing here the questions that you guys have. And so somebody asking earlier about Missouri. So your threat in Missouri will be more of a very late evening threat. So we're anticipating storms to arrive there late this evening into the overnight. So right around that midnight marker for you guys in Central Time, that's when you really need to pay close attention to these storms. So right now they're in western Oklahoma. They still are miles out from Missouri. So just something to keep in mind. Somebody asking about Wichita, Kansas. So Wichita, you are just in that zone where we're expecting to see numerous strong tornadoes. So you're within that high risk part of that city is. And so the high risk encompasses areas from Oklahoma City along Highway or Interstate 40 and Interstate 35. And so let's check in on these storms. And I'm trying to see if there's any reports or anything on the ground. So far, so good right now. But of course, if you're under a tornado warning, that means you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Go to the lowest floor and the most interior portion of your home if you are under a tornado warning. So National Weather Service is saying that the tornado threat is starting to ramp up across Oklahoma. So the threat for tornadoes over the next hour or so, the environment is becoming a little bit more conducive for that as we speak. So over the next couple of hours, this tornado activity will start to ramp up. Yeah, so and I'm reading here the latest text with the tornado warning. So there's the National Weather Service is continuing to issue severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, all of these are associated in the text are associated with very large hail. So that's how quickly these storms are growing. So looks like, so we were talking about this earlier. So let me get the latest update. So that tornado warning that was for Winoka, they've allowed that to expire, and they've, like I said earlier, they've extended it with a severe thunderstorm warning. So now the only tornado warning that we have is this one that is becoming pretty strong here. And we have one of the radars turned on. You can see that this storm, the rotation is pretty defined. It's gonna cross Highway 412 here in the next couple of minutes. Nothing confirmed yet on the ground. I'm watching the National Weather Service here and what they're saying for any possible reports of this, or monitoring social media. And so as these storms push to the east, the National Weather Service will cancel some of these tornado watches. Again, a watch means the ingredients are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. A tornado warning means a tornado is imminent. You need to seek shelter immediately. So tracking these storms very closely. The severe thunderstorm warning. So I think Matt Hyland was telling me that somebody was asking about how fast these storms are moving. So the storms on the western side of Wichita, Kansas, they're moving at about 60 miles per hour. So that's actually pretty fast. Usually storms move between 30 to 40 depending on their growth. But because of how fast these storms are moving right now, both of these storms that are associated with very large hail, on just a couple miles to the west of Wichita, they're moving at 60 miles per hour. So these will be quick movers and will move through your area here pretty quickly. And so let's take Cappucci's feed here. And it looks like he has a good view of the tornado warned storm right now in Oklahoma. And let's get his feed up and his audio up and listen in on what he's seeing and his thoughts. Earlier he did, I think, a great job of narrating what he's seeing, what his thinking is for the day today. So I kind of want to see right now, he's on that one tornado warning, where he's headed after, or what he's seeing on the ground. Because you can see the camera there in front of him, but you can't really see what's around him. So he might be positioned in a way where he might be driving away from the storm, but he could see it behind him. So let's take a live look and put his live feed full screen. I want to listen in on what he's doing.
Not having a cameraman's gonna get me killed one of these days. Just so people know, slow down. Yeah, we need to get to Fairview staff. folks at home. You can see that column of rotation pretty well. That is the updraft. That is the rotating air in. And already it looks quite nice. In just a moment, you'll be able to see down bottom that there is, in fact, a ragged wall cloud producing what appear to be intermittent funnels. So it already has that classic shape. Wow. Looks like a little flying saucer over there, too. So it's definitely circulating, it's definitely spinning, and it definitely could become tornadic in the next, honestly, 15 minutes. A lot of folks will hopefully stop in Cleo Springs. I'm going to continue south of the storm to try to position in a safer and a better area. That will also give me the opportunity to pre-position for a southern storm. So I may take a route either out of Fairview or from Keene to Hennessy. But that cell is looking, wow, more impressive by the minute, honestly. It may be just because we're getting closer, we're sort of getting a better vantage point, but it does look pretty good. To me, though, it looks like some of the storms at present are a little bit high-based, meaning they're rooted in warmer air above the ground. I don't know if it's just a degree or two too cool at the surface. I also think tornado potential will ramp up quickly in the next hour to 2 hours as that low-level jet increases in intensity. But yeah, for now we're seeing classic supercell structure. This is with the storm that is southwest of Cleo Springs, northwest of Fairview. The tornado warning on this cell is in effect for, it looks like, southeastern Woods, southwestern Alfalfa, and western major counties. That goes until about 5:45 Central Time. Current time is 5:26 Central Time. We still have another roughly 20 minutes left to go with that warning, and I assume it will be extended just visually looking at the structure and seeing how it is evolving on radar. So again, we are going to follow that east. I do think structurally it's going to be quite pretty, so I might allow it to come a little bit closer. On a day like today, the storms are moving decently quickly, so you want to stay ahead of them because falling behind them is essentially the end of your chase. Plus, you might get caught in the conga line of traffic, although, knock on wood, right now people are at least moving. Hopefully they continue to do so because we need to get south as soon as possible, and time is of the essence. As it is, I might not be able to get south in time. I still have another 20 minutes to go to get to Fairview, and I'm getting nervous. I love how many storm chasers are so enthusiastic, but we just need to understand that on days like today, you have to drive at least the speed limit. You have to be able to position, and if you're going a little bit too slow, you might be holding up others. Is indeed a good-looking storm. I'll zoom out just a little bit so we can get a touch more perspective. It floors me, though, that people are even pulling over right here. Meanwhile, again. Why are we slowing down? Wow, the lightning is intense. Wild structure. I'm floored by how many people are pulling over and not realizing they're in a really bad spot. But look at that. Wow. They'll try to pull over here. They can't. It's just not a great position.
We can go west at any point. It's all gridded out here. What's your thought process right now? It's hooking up on radar too. This road takes us, you can go straight and get all the way to that other highway. It just cuts all the way across that other highway too.
Good. All right.
You have all the roads you want here.
1, 2, 3, 4 miles to the north.
Yeah, and
You need
you
to bail north to go east to drop back south again. We can't.
and it's all gridded to get up there too. Up here on this hill and launch the drone for a second.
All right. I'm gonna sit. I'll sit here.
Or I was just gonna pull up right here. This,
Oh yeah. Okay.
like bumped like 4 degrees. Just get mad.
Oh, there you go.
It's increasing. I'd say.
What? I don't want to run up. How are you hot?
Jordan. Jordan.
Yeah. So I'm literally looking to you. I can go to Canton. It's a big wall cloud right there. You can lead. You can lead the way. You can lead the way.
Yeah, it still looks poopy at the moment. But it does have the tallest tops though.
I bet you it goes nuts between Canton and Okeechobee.
Yeah.
You want to go straight east out of Canton? That's what I'm thinking. This thing's gonna go nuts in the next probably 45 minutes. Yeah, it's getting all string beanie looking to it.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
All right, y'all been watching Storm Chaser feed from Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci and Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. We continue to track these storms, several tornado warnings. Again, I know we've had maybe one or two, but things are expected to ramp up here over the next hour or so as we hit the 6 o'clock hour. It's 6:58 p.m. here Eastern, but 5:58 p.m. Central Time. That 6 o'clock hour, very important. After that, I think these storms will start to strengthen. And we're already seeing one tornado warning this evening. So here you could see on top of the screen is the MyRadar app. And so this right now, this tornado warning goes here until 6:30 Central Time. So you still have about another 30 minutes on this tornado warning. Earlier had an interesting signature, a hook echo with this particular storm. And so that tornado warning, again, this includes areas of Alfalfa County, Garfield, and northeastern major counties. Now, nothing has been confirmed on the ground. I have not seen reports of a tornado confirmed, but several tornado warnings have already been issued. This is just an extension of the earlier tornado warning. It's now to the east of Clio Springs along Highway 60. Enid, you're right outside the polygon, that tornado warning, and that's coming in very quickly. A lot of lightning is associated with it. We have a couple storm chasers in our storm chasers layer feed that are on this storm. Now, the feed that you're watching right now is from our storm chaser Jordan Hall, and he is on this storm that is moving into Canton Lake, so just on the west side of Watonga, Oklahoma. And so earlier, it sounded like heavy rain that he was driving through. It was pretty loud, so heavy rain over that area. Right now, that storm is a severe thunderstorm warning for now. So it looks like it's becoming a little bit increasingly strong over this area. Still producing very large hail in this zone. So far right now, we only have one tornado warning, again, that has been issued just on the western side of Enid, Oklahoma. Earlier, like I said, it had an interesting signature, a hook echo signature with this storm. And so coming in on the 7 o'clock hour, it's important that you're sharing this information. Share this live stream. If you're watching us on the MyRadar app, join the conversation. We're live streaming on YouTube. You can leave comments on there. Facebook, we're watching our comment section very closely for any questions or concerns that you have during what could be a potentially dangerous night across areas of Oklahoma and Kansas. Earlier today, there's actually a bit of severe weather if we zoom out over areas of the southeast. So a couple of there was some severe thunderstorm warnings issued over this area, and this area was under a level 1 out of 5 for severe weather. So interestingly enough, there were some of y'all that were watching us from Tennessee were wondering what these storms were doing. That's what we're talking about right now. Most of the activity already on the eastern side of Nashville, coming into areas of Greenville, or South Carolina, I should say, coming close to Greenville there. So a severe thunderstorm warning on the western side of Greenville, South Carolina. So let's go back to the main event here. in areas of Oklahoma. I just wanted to mention that because some of you were talking about watching us in Tennessee, and that is why there's some concern there. There's some severe thunderstorm warnings issued there earlier today. So let's go back to our tornado warning here. And of course, like I said, Jordan Hall is closing in on some of these storms. He's especially on the southern storm here that's coming into Canton Lake. Storm chaser meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, he's also out in the field. We've lost his feed, so Matt Highland, when we have his feed, let me know what the latest update is there. He had a very interesting view of a wall cloud earlier on the stream. Of course, nothing developed, nothing dropped on the ground, but still very interesting. These storms are just rotating pretty quickly as they form and push to the east. We're already getting very rapid development of scale, so that means the growth of the cloud in the atmosphere, and then that pushes to the east, and that's where we have the hail risk, and that's also where we have that tornado potential. So several storm chasers out. So if you have the MyRadar app, you're watching us on the app, you want to see what other storm chasers are doing out in the field, you can access this. And I want to show you this. I wanted to show this earlier in our video in storm chasers layer. So if you're looking up on the top of my screen, you could toggle this on or off, and it'll give you the locations of every storm chaser. It's pretty accurate updates frequently, so you'll have access to that. And now I'm just updating our storm chasers here, and I'm taking a look at it to see where Jordan Hall is. So he's still along Highway 270 here, closing in on the storm, and there's some storm chasers right around that area as well. I'm looking to get an updated location for meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. His signal is in and out, so we'll try to provide his live feed once we have it on our feed here. So he's kind of in a remote area in Oklahoma, so that's why we're not seeing his location on the map right now, but he's out there, he's chasing, he's on top of these storms. He was actually on the first tornado warning storm of the day today, so he's doing a great job. Our team of meteorologists and storm chaser Jordan Hall are doing a really great job of tracking these storms and really providing great coverage. So if you want to follow us on our social media accounts as well, our X account, they're also doing a great job of posting video there. And so I'm seeing that Jordan Hall just dropped his drone footage of a supercell in Canton, Oklahoma. And I could possibly pull it up here on this live stream. So let's pull up, Matt, if we can, the other MyRadar window. And then I will go look for Jordan Hall's video here so I can show it live on camera. So let me know when we have that yes on top of the screen, and then we will go from there. Okay, so let's pull up, and I just want to show y'all our social media accounts. So let's do MyRadar. That's good for now. I'll let you know when I need that. Okay, so I wonder if I can, maybe not. Okay, so we could pull up the, if we can pull up the iPad up, Matt Highland, so I can show this video. Okay, so what you're seeing here is Jordan Hall. That's his footage from an isolated supercell. So he's close to Canton, Oklahoma. That's what we were talking about. He's on that storm that's right now has a severe thunderstorm warning issued, but this is drone footage from above. So you can see the storm. You can see the rain falling there, the growth of the storm that's on the screen. Such great visuals, especially when we get a drone up in the air, when we can see the thunderstorm from a far distance. You could also see the windmills there, very common out there in western Oklahoma. It's very prolific. So you're seeing isolated there. That was just a great image from our storm chaser Jordan Hall. So let's actually go through the feed, because there's a lot of interesting footage here from not only Jordan Hall, but Matthew Cappucci. This was the storm an hour ago from Waynoka, Oklahoma. And this was actually live on our feed. So if you missed it, you're just now tuning in. That is what we're seeing there. But yeah, you can hear him talking there. But that is the storm that he was on earlier. And then he was pretty much on this way. So last we heard of Matthew Cappucci he was in Waynoka. So tracking that storm, I'm assuming he's heading to the east of that storm now. And so Great imagery, great videos. They're doing a great job updating y'all on what's going on. So if you want to go to our X account, follow us on there. We're also live streaming on there as well. Share this live stream across all of our platforms, but share it to your friends, relatives, anybody who lives out in this area where we could potentially see a dangerous night. Of course, we're expecting this to start to ramp up as of now through the late evening. And so that's why we're here providing y'all live updates of what's going on. So let's go back to the app here and give you a quick update on what's going on with this tornado warning. And so let me toggle this off. And you can see here, so, still a very prominent feature on this particular storm. So as we wait for the latest radar scans here, I want to point out where the center of the storm is. So latest radar scans slowly loading into this area. Of course, this is a tornado warning issued at least for another 20 to 25 minutes over areas of Oklahoma. And let's get some updates from the National Weather Service and their thinking here. So they're starting to notice, we're starting to see an growth and development here in terms of the storms.
When that low-level jet hits, it will.
Severe thunderstorm warning still associated with large hail, up to 1.5 inches in diameter, wind up to 60 miles per hour.
I don't care about the dots.
There's a severe thunderstorm warning just south of where that tornado warning is currently.
There's probably a tour on that.
Yeah, so it looks like we're starting to get a little bit more activity right now. But so far, so good. I'm not seeing any reports of a tornado. The one tornado warning is just radar indicated, as you can see, it is rotating. And as it comes out of this radar, and it might be just a little too close to it. Let's see if I can toggle on. And it's on the far northern side. So for reference, you could see where Oklahoma City is in relation to the storm. So it's coming into that Oklahoma City radar just a couple miles north of Oklahoma City. So very northwestern Oklahoma. And yeah, there you can kind of see where the rotation is coming close to Helena and then Galtree there. So it's just north of Highway 60. So if you were to take, let's see what road that is. If I zoom in, maybe it doesn't have a name. Okay, so it looks like that is along Road 45, just north of Goldtree. The rotation is south of Helena, and that's where things are starting to ramp up. So the atmosphere right now is very conducive for this storm at any moment to produce a tornado. And so that's what we're watching right now very, very closely. So it looks like Jordan Hall has a really good view of what's going on out in the field. And at the bottom of the screen there, that I think is Matthew Cappucci. We have him back up. Not sure why his camera's tilted that way. I think he's trying to show us what's going on out there. Jordan Hall is seeing some lightning flashes. I think he's waiting for the storm. Again, he's in Canton, so this storm right now has the potential of seeing that. Okay, let's see. So I think we have possibly, and let me get some updates on this.
Yeah, it's getting closer, isn't it? Definitely, because there's so many people here.
Pull this up. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so it looks like
They're just past you.
so it looks like so that tornado warned storm could possibly right now preliminary reports that there is a tornado on the ground. I'm not seeing visuals of that just yet. Yes, so confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service, 5 miles south of Helena. So that's where we were watching it, and you can kind of see, and let's put in this right here. So I would imagine, I think that's where Storm Chaser Matthew Cappucci is right now. If we can put him on the larger screen, Highland, that way, because I'm pretty sure he's on that storm, and that's what he's trying to show us right now. And yeah, so the latest radar scans, I think this is coming in just now, show a very strong indication of rotation. If we could put Matthew Cappucci a bit bigger on the screen, Matthew Highland, and then leave that there. That way we can, yeah. Thank you, Matt. We'll just keep this up right now because I'm tracking where the center of the storm is. Let's see. Let's yeah, so our only tornado warning right now, there is a confirmed tornado with this warning. Again, this is south of Helena, about 5 miles. I think Matthew Cappucci has a good view of it. But we can't actually physically see, but a spotter has reported a confirmed tornado. So let's actually look at the reflectivity here. It's going to take a bit to load here. And some of y'all talking about being in Wichita, Kansas tonight. Yeah, so, oh yeah, the latest radar scan, that definitely has a hook. So there's definitely a tornado on the ground, and that is confirmed to the National Weather Service.
You have eyes on the northern cell to our north. It's got observed tornado.
And yeah, that is our first confirmed tornado in Oklahoma this evening. Matt, if we could just keep the audio up and take off the last two screens at the bottom, that way we can see Cappucci's feed, because I'm pretty sure where we are, that's what we're watching for this storm.
I'm trying to get a visual of it.
Copy that. Let me know what it looks like.
If I can load a freaking stream. Can't even load me a stream.
southwestern Grant, northwestern Garfield, and northeastern major counties. At 6:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located 4 miles south of Helena, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Expected hazards included a damaging tornado-like golf ball side hail. A tornado has been confirmed by train spotters south of Helena. Impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Phoenix, Helena, Goldtree, Nash, Hillsdale, and Carrier. To repeat, a tornado is on the ground.
No, it's not.
Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter, safe room, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern alfalfa and west central Grant counties. At 6:11 p.m. Central Daylight
Starting route to Watonga. Head east on East County Road 720. In 3/4 of a mile, take a sharp right turn onto State Highway 8. At the next stop sign, take a sharp right turn. Take a sharp right turn onto State Highway 8.
like all day today, I've been playing one cell, not liking it, dropping south again. This will be the third time I've popped. One of the issues thus far has been a lack of low-level flow. You see the clouds really aren't moving super fast. That's because the low-level jet hasn't kicked in yet, but it's just about to in the next hour to 2 hours. I think the tornado threat may increase markedly for about 8 p.m. Central Time. So right now, leaving the town of Hitchcock, heading for Watonga, we have another rotating supercell that recently had a tornado warning slapped on it. That is for the town of Putnam. In fact, Blaine County, Dewey County, and this is again in northwestern Oklahoma. Hang on one moment. I think that's a severe thunderstorm warning that's coming out right now.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Northern Custom County in western Oklahoma.
So I do like the supercell we're about to see. I think for now it appears prime. There's a bit of a nudger behind it. It's not really contaminated by other storms. So we'll see if it can tighten up. I remain skeptical. I think something might be missing so far, but that this
Continue on to
ingredient
State Highway 8.
may indeed be the low-level jet stream. So right now he's over Oakwood with some big hail.
In about 3.5 miles, turn left onto North County Road 2580.
I just would like to find a place with someone high up that I can watch it. I'm sort of happy with my current position. We zoom out. Oh good, we may see it well momentarily. Okay, well there it is. That's the cell. We can't see it yet.
In 2 miles, turn left onto North County Road 2580.
The rotation's there, but the hook hasn't really tightened markedly yet. Okay, so here,
Turn
here's the
left onto
apex of
North County
rotation.
Road 2580.
So we'll see what happens with this super cell.
In 3.7 miles, turn right onto East Main Street.
Capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles west of Oakwood, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Hazard: tornado at golf ball size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Kenton, Oakwood, and Eagle City. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter.
So you're watching there meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's latest live feed there, and he's near Hitchcock, Oklahoma. And so that is where we have a current tornado warning issued. There's also, so you're seeing there on your screen, on the top of your screen, tornado warning. 2 tornado warnings right now. They're hooking, so that means they're intensifying rapidly. The one that we were tracking earlier had a confirmed tornado near Goldtree, Oklahoma. Now it's pushing to the east. They've extended that tornado warning into Kremlin and Hunter, Oklahoma. Just south of that area, very concerning, is this severe thunderstorm warning for now. Wouldn't be surprised if over the next several minutes they issue a tornado warning here. And the latest tornado warning that's crossing right now, Highway 270 in areas of, let's see, just to 5 miles west of Oakwood, Oklahoma, moving at 35 miles per hour. Again, nothing is confirmed on the ground. And I'm trying to find where, let's see, where meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's location is. So let's put Hitchcock, Oklahoma. And so there's a location. So he is just right outside that tornado warning there. And again, this is a very small area. So he's just outside. So he's tracking this storm. So he's actually under or right beside two different storms, the one just north of him, which looks very interesting, and then the one on the west side of him, which also has a very prominent hook-like signature with it. So that just means that the tornado is intensifying and at any moment could really produce a tornado warning. So I'm trying to keep up to date with all the latest reports of what's going on out in the field. So far right now, we've only had one confirmed tornado. There's strong rotation with some of these storms right now. There's several actually forming in that, and somewhat of, they're all individual, but they're in a line. So individual cells within this kind of cluster of thunderstorms that's moving over northwestern Oklahoma. As you can see, and even in the latest radar scans, they started off as smaller storms and pretty much blew up pretty quickly. And so they're intensifying rapidly. And our storm chasers out there are doing a great job of providing live storm coverage. And both Jordan Hall and meteorologist Matthew Cappucci are out in the field. So and I'm seeing all your questions. So there's a lot of concern about what's going to happen in Kansas right now. And so let's zoom out here. And so far right now, and especially just north of Wichita, there is a severe thunderstorm warning issued right now. Earlier, we had one tornado warning in Kansas, didn't produce a confirmed tornado. But again, Kansas, you are also under the threat, under that high risk. And I could actually show you this using our app. So there's that high risk zone. And so anywhere, like I said, Wichita, just right outside of that high risk zone. So the high risk zone means that you have the potential of seeing numerous strong tornadoes this evening and very large hail. Now, Wichita, you're out of that high risk, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't take the severe weather threat seriously. You're also under a moderate risk, which also means numerous severe thunderstorms that are capable of producing tornadoes. So you're also under that tornado threat for later on this evening. Also includes Tulsa. Tulsa, your primary risk will be damaging winds, a line of storms that will push through after these move to pretty much the east. And that also includes anywhere in southern Oklahoma. An enhanced risk includes areas of Texas. So in this area, you have more of a risk of seeing a little bit more isolated threat of tornadoes and large hail. So that is what we're watching with this storm. And I'm trying to keep track of your questions, but let's see. Yes, so let's take a look and take off these weather outlooks, and let's track here so we can give you an update on the current location. So Cappucci is not in Kansas, whoever's asking that. He's in northwestern Oklahoma. And I know here in the MyRadar layer, I think it's because his signal is spotty. It's showing that he's in Kansas, but he's actually in northwestern Oklahoma. He's right near, like I said earlier, Hitchcock, Oklahoma. But there is a severe weather threat potential in parts of Kansas. So we don't want to discredit those who live in Kansas. There were some questions of where the storms were going here. So really focusing in on this tornado warning right now in Oklahoma. So again, this is for Blaine and Dewey counties until 7 o'clock. So you have another 20 minutes on this tornado warning. We have live feed there from Jordan Hall. If we can put Matthew Cappucci's screen up a little bigger, because I think he is right on a storm. I think at any moment right now, it may drop a tornado here. So I want to make sure that we could see that in the bigger screen. So there it is. There's that storm rapidly intensifying here this evening. It's starting to get dark there. So a sunset here is in the next couple of minutes over Oklahoma, and that's where things could turn dangerous. One of the dangerous aspects of a kind of a day like this is we were anticipating this to start later in the day. I know there hasn't been too much activity for the last hour or so, but this is really the time frame that we were watching for this potential about after 6 p.m. Central Time. That's definitely is what's starting to happen. These storms are starting to, as they push to the east, really blow up. So that means grow. And as they push to the east, intensify. And so that's why there are several severe thunderstorm warnings issued. There's also a tornado warning, 2 tornado warnings issued right now. And our meteorologist, Matthew Cappucci, again, is near Hitchcock, Oklahoma, as this tornado warning goes through this area. So let's get his feed up. I'm not sure if he's speaking or anything, but I really want to show his feed. And I think Jordan Hall is actually near meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. So they're looking at this storm from different angles. And I know they're in somewhat a near area because Jordan Hall was in Watauga, and he was driving along Highway 270 earlier today. So it looks like he is positioning himself, let's see, on maybe I'm trying to find him here. Yeah, so he is on the southeastern side of the storm that's just south of Canton. So Canton, you're right, close to that tornado warning. You're right in it, on the edge of it. And then as this comes in, so it looks like they did warn that area to the north. I was saying it looked interesting, and they would issue a tornado warning. They did do that for Oakney, Oklahoma. This is going to cross Highway 81, and so let's read the latest tornado warning text here. So Kingfisher, Blaine, Garfield, and major counties, you are under this tornado warning, and it's that signature right now. The latest radar scans as they're updating, and they update every few minutes or so. This is starting to hook. So that means that at any moment, this could drop a tornado. This goes until about 7:30. So, yeah, you have about 45 minutes on this storm as it crosses into Highway 81 here over the next several minutes. Let's take a look at the velocity scans here. And so, yeah, definitely a very strong indication that this storm is rotating. I'm not seeing anything on the ground now. And we usually use correlation coefficient to pinpoint if it's picking up any debris, lofting any debris in the atmosphere. And so that's why when you see these sorts of funny colors on the screen, that is just another layer that is helpful and useful for anybody who's tracking severe weather, to know if there's actually anything on the ground. Although it may not be confirmed, radar can confirm that for meteorologists. So definitely seeing that interesting signature with this. And it was strengthening really rapidly. Like I said earlier, when we were on the stream, that severe thunderstorm, it was severe thunderstorm warned. And yeah, they have issued that tornado warning with this particular cell that's moving into that zone. So right now we have 3 tornado warnings issued, and they're all in Western Oklahoma. I think meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, he's kind of on the edge of both tornado warnings. He's in the middle of them. So he's looking to, I think, maybe to the north or to the west of his location. I'm imagining he's looking to the north at that severe thunderstorm or that tornado warning that's in Oakney on the eastern side of it. He has a really good view, but nothing, no visuals, nothing is confirmed on the ground. Yeah, I think a lot of people are saying a possible funnel here. So there was actually hail reported as well, very large hail. Yeah, so this is possibly dropping or will drop a tornado at any moment. Seeing some reports of that. I'm imagining that's the storm that Cappucci is looking at. Yeah, so this thing, it's really trying to strengthen here. Okay. I'm just keeping up here. Again, feel free to ask your questions in the chat. We're closing in on 7:45 p.m. Eastern, 6:45 p.m. Central, where really the activity is just going to go up from here. Make sure you're sharing a live stream across your social medias. Send it to your friends, relatives, anybody that you know that's pretty much in the center of where the severe weather will occur tonight. If you're watching this from the app, you want to ask your question, join the conversation. Follow us on X, follow us on Facebook, YouTube. There's a comment section on all of those platforms where you can leave your question and your concerns. I'm trying to keep up with all of you guys talking in the chat. And so if you have a specific city or you live somewhere specifically, we can let you know how far you are from the storm and what you can anticipate later on today. Now, a very, very potentially dangerous evening on tap for parts of Oklahoma and Kansas. You know, we had our first tornado reported earlier today. And so a very, very active evening that we're anticipating with this severe storm threat. So it looks like Matthew Cappucci's on the move here. Again, he is in northwestern Oklahoma right now. And I'm keeping an eye on these storms, especially the velocity here. Now, if there was something to be confirmed on the ground, we would see it in Storm Chaser Jordan Hall's and Matthew Cappucci's stream. So it's still rotating. It still has a very strong indication of rotation within this storm. And you could follow us on our social media platforms. They're doing a great job of showing off the video that they're seeing on the ground on top of the live stream that they're providing. They're also providing supplemental footage of what they're seeing in the ground. So make sure to follow us there. Also providing live updates as you're seeing it on the live feed. But if you need to step away and need to see what's going on currently, the updates are coming through our social media platforms. Now, if you're watching us and you found us on YouTube or you happen to find our page on Facebook and you don't have the MyRadar app, download it. It'll provide you notifications if you're in this area where the severe weather threat is ongoing. And you can track the storm with us here live on our feed. That way you are aware of what's going on. You'll get notifications on your phone if you happen to be under a tornado warning or a tornado watch, any severe threat for future reference, because we're already kicking off May pretty active, but the next several days also bring us even more days of active weather. We're talking about possibility of seeing severe weather with the potential of tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. So just wanted to mention that for those of you who are coming into our stream as things are starting to ramp up. Share this again with your friends, relatives. This is very important information that they need to know tonight. Okay, so getting an update on where our storm chasers are right now. They're still in western Oklahoma. Also trying to see if we get any updates from the National Weather Service. Okay, so far. So far, not seeing anything confirmed. Still have several tornado warnings issued. And we're starting to see activity. So from Elk City, really, all the way up into parts of Waukita, Oklahoma, there's some sort of warning issued, whether that be a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. Now, something interesting you can see here using the MyRadar app. If we just zoom out, just from the picture that I'm seeing, I can tell that all of these tornado warnings, or the 2 tornado warnings, if we didn't have our warning layer on, you would know where it's rotating these storms. But so let's And Matt, I can hear you now if you were talking to me. Okay, so there are both those storms. And let me do this off. Yeah, so these storms are going pretty quickly. I'm just checking to see if we have any reports of anything on the ground, any confirmation from the National Weather Service here. Okay, so it looks like we did get an observed tornado here just 3 minutes ago, south of, so for that tornado warning that we were following in Oconee, Oklahoma, now it's moving to the east of Oconee. It's going to cross Highway 81. So that's Highway 81 between Hennessy and Wacomas, Oklahoma. Lots of lightning already associated with heavy rain. Heavy rain is one of the factors that we're seeing with this. So I think it may be blocking visual. So it looks like Cappucci's on the move. And Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. So let's actually listen in if we can on Cappucci's stream. We're going to keep the radar up here.
Monitor later forecasts and the alerts for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, northeastern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma.
Storms appear to still be struggling, which really is a big mystery.
Until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:26 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Okeene, east of 40 miles.
There is one producing a tornado east of Okeene, heading in the direction of Tennessee.
This is a radar indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Fairview, Tennessee, Wilcomas, Okeene, Drummond, Deems, Hitchcock, Vance Air Force Base, Byton, Isabella, Homestead, Southern, and Lacey. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor. Area. The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Custer County in western Oklahoma, west central Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Dewey County in northwestern Oklahoma until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:20 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles northeast of Butler, east at 50 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts and half-tall besides hail. This is a radar indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Thomas, Custer City, Butler, Putnam, and Fay. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. A tornado watch remains in effect for the warned area. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northern Kingfisher, northeastern Blaine, southwestern Garfield, and southeastern Major counties. At 6:37 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 4 miles northeast of Okeene, northeast for 30 miles an hour. Hazard, had a small size hail at 60 miles an hour with gusts. This is a radar indicated threat. In panic, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs,
you're tuning in and watching right now, we only have one confirmed tornado on the ground in Oklahoma. That is near the town, west of the town of Hennessy. It is between O'Keene and Hennessy, and a tornado warning remains in effect for the next 27 minutes for portions of northeastern Blaine and southeastern Major counties, as well as northwestern Kingfisher and south central Garfield counties. Right around the top of the hour, the tornado was located about 9 miles north of Loyal, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So for those who are wondering where it's going next, looks to me like Hennessy could be in line. The area between Hennessy and Wacomas. There's a north-south road there that could be affected. There's a second storm behind it that is essentially losing rotation right now. That's the one I'm on. I'm going to be driving towards Kingfisher. The storm will be heading for Dover, and then we'll have to see what happens thereafter. Thus far, there really has not been much at all tornado activity with this. Certainly not what we'd expect in a high-risk area. But we're seeing at least one tornado buried in the rain right now northwest of Hennessy. And as the low-level jet stream ramps up, we expect more formation of supercells and the ongoing storms to evolve to have a better supercell structure. So, again, it's tricky to say what exactly will transpire, but we do know that there are storms ongoing right now. They may continue to evolve into supercells. The supercells that we do have may rotate more and produce tornadoes, which could actually strengthen after dark as that low-level jet stream increases. But for now, we're not really seeing severe weather to the level that many had initially anticipated. That said, it could be like April 27th of this past year, when nothing really happened until 9 o'clock at night, and then suddenly things went gangbusters. So you never really know.
In about 10 miles,
that's what we're watching
turn left
right now.
onto North Main Street.
The storm that may impact Hennessy is HP, or high precipitation in nature. That means that any circulation will likely be surrounded by rain, shrouded in it, engulfed in precipitation, and very difficult, if not impossible, to see. So, don't expect to see tornadoes on days like today. They may be completely hidden.
Hey, also, it's meteorologist Erica Lopez. We are checking in on what's going on radar. Things are starting to ramp up here pretty quickly. We have several tornado warnings issued already in parts of western Oklahoma. Two of them, which one of them had a confirmed tornado. It's spinning up pretty quickly. And so let's zoom in here and we're going to go to near Hennessy, Oklahoma. So I zoomed in very far and you can see that I think I can hear my own audio here. But you can see that the storm is spinning up pretty quickly along Highway 81. It will cross Highway 81. This earlier had a reported tornado. So a confirmed tornado was located 7 miles west of Hennessy, moving at 30 miles per hour. This is for Kingfisher and South Central Garfield counties. Not only is a tornado been reported on the ground, tennis ball size hail is a possibility with this storm. So you can see it there rotating and really starting to intensify pretty rapidly. So if you're anywhere in this zone, again, this is for Hennessy, for Central Kingfisher and South Central Garfield counties, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is a very dangerous storm that is moving over your area as we speak. Okay, so let's go to the south of this storm where another tornado warning has been issued. Now this tornado warning, nothing has been confirmed on the ground. This is near Hitchcock. That's where meteorologist Matthew Cappucci was earlier. And let's see if this radar scan loads. So you can kind of see where the rotation is within this zone. The storm coming into view here on radar. Let's go north and go to, and let's put on, so let's change our radars here. Now that it's coming into view of the Oklahoma City radar, again, Oklahoma City, you're the north of this area. So these storms are really to the north of the Oklahoma City metro area. So let's check in on this tornado warning. So it looks like we still have a very solid indication of rotation right over Pond Creek, Oklahoma. And that is so severe thunderstorm warning or severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes. So it's radar indicated. Ping pong sized hail is also possible. This storm is moving at 35 miles per hour. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but a very interesting radar scan for this storm. Now, putting it into perspective, you could see now they have extended. So that's what I was wondering with the storm. They just now extended that tornado warning we were just talking about, where we're seeing that tight indication rotation over Pond Creek. Now, areas in Deer Creek and Blackwell, you are under a tornado warning. This includes Western K County and Grant County in northern Oklahoma. Again, a radar indicated tornado warning. Golf ball size hail is possible with this tornado warning. You can see the latest radar scans really telling us that this thing is starting to intensify as it comes over areas of northwestern Oklahoma. Now let's go down here, and something very interesting with this latest radar scan on the western side of Hennessy is it's starting to spin up and rotate pretty quickly. Right now, we don't have any visuals from our storm chasers. I think it'll be very hard because this is a very, like Matthew Cappucci, meteorologist Matthew Cappucci was saying, a very high precipitation event. So that means if there is anything on the ground, it's going to be very hard to see just because there is very heavy rain around this storm. And so that's one of the problems. And this will be something that will be a huge issue tonight, especially with how conducive the atmosphere is to produce these types of storms. As we get sunset here, it's starting to look very dark in both Jordan Hall and Matthew Cappucci stream here. And over the next hour or so, it'll be night. And so something very dangerous with these storms is these nighttime tornadoes that are possible. We're not going to be able to see visually on the ground very well where a tornado is, and especially if there's rain around, if it's rain wrapped, that's going to be one of the primary issues. You won't be able to see it, and so that's what makes this type of weather setup very dangerous. And so we're seeing that with several storms already. Again, we have 4 tornado warnings. One of the tornado warnings is an extension of another tornado warning. And so that's the newest tornado warning that's been issued from the National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma. A very active evening for them as well. They're doing a great job at issuing tornado warnings as they do so during these types of events. And so looks like also just on the south end of this, near Elk City. So Elk City is far, it's along highway or Interstate 40. Now, if we turn on the velocity layer here, there is an indication that this storm is starting to rotate. And so any of these severe thunderstorm warned storms, they have the potential of rotating. So that's something to watch very closely. We'll see if down the line, if this gets a little bit more organized, if the National Weather Service does end up issuing a tornado warning. Now, if you're on Interstate 40, let's say from Weatherford to Hydro and Bridgeport, Oklahoma, just something to keep in mind. Watch this storm. You have the possibility of seeing some of these strong storms move over your area. And if the National Weather Service does happen to issue a tornado warning, you would be downstream of that tornado warning. And so let's go up here and check in on the storm near Hennessy. I think this, just from what I'm looking at, and so correlation coefficient not really showing if there's anything on the ground. Velocity, it's tightening up. It's becoming a little bit stronger. And we're already starting to see damage reports coming in of wind damage from thunderstorms. So that's another hazard that we're seeing with these storms as they are pretty, they're getting going. Okay, so I think we lost. Did we lose Cappucci's stream there? Okay. Yeah, so I'm seeing that some of y'all commenting. Yeah, so in Enid. Yeah, Enid, you're actually in between storms right now, and looks like so that storm that's north of Pond Creek now, so the center of the rotation with that storm in Pond Creek, it's now moving along almost parallel to Highway 60. Now it will go north as this storm continues to push to the east near Blackwell Tonka Airport, and that's again in northwestern, just on the outside of Ponca City. So Ponca City, you're along Interstate 35. So if you're wondering, or I should say Highway 77 there, but on the Ponca City, you're on the eastern side of the highway of Interstate 35. So this tornado warning actually does include Interstate 35 I think it has the potential of crossing over into 35. So let's see if our radar will update here in northern Oklahoma. And let's get some of the latest scans here. Okay, so yeah. Oh, yeah. If there's not a tornado already on the ground near Hennessy, I think it'll happen here over the next several minutes. That is a very strong indication of a tornado there. And so far right now, I'm not seeing any reports. So yeah, so earlier there was observed as it pushed into Hennessy. So that is strengthening as it moves over that area. And that's very concerning. It's very, very close, just on the northern side of Hennessy, Oklahoma. It will cross Highway 81 here over the next several minutes. And yeah, so looks like our tornado threat, it's going to go well into this evening and possibly into the overnight hours, especially as this line pushes more into the Tulsa metro area. That is definitely concerning. And there's still a couple more hours to go with the severe weather threat. So we're closing in on 7:18 Central Time. Sunset is imminent at any moment here, especially across Oklahoma. You're seeing it become dark in both Storm Chaser Jordan Hall and Matthew Cappucci's feed. So that is what's going to make for this sort of event be very, very dangerous. So again, we do have an observed tornado near Hennessy right now, a tornado warning coming just on the northern side of Watonga, Oklahoma. And I wouldn't be surprised if if the rotation could hold, also would be extended. So in Hennessy, it's about to cross 81. I would imagine that they're about to extend that tornado warning just on the eastern side of Highway 81. May include Marshall, Oklahoma, Covington there. There is a severe thunderstorm warning that includes the city of Enid. So Enid, this storm is south of you. And it will just cross just to the south of Enid, Oklahoma. But it is riding along and will cross Highway 81. And the most northern tornado warning will cross Interstate 35. And so it looks like I'm not seeing right now and too strong of an indication that this continues to rotate. But again, I'm still watching for the storm close to Elk City. It had some rotation within it. We're going to see if it's strengthening, if it has strengthened at all. We are seeing the storm just in Canton. So Canton, Oklahoma, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Things are starting to look like they're also wanting to rotate. And so with the storm that's just to the south of Canton. Now there is a tornado warning on the eastern side. Looks like the rotation continues to hold steady over this area. Rotation definitely continue to hold steady along Highway 81. And that also continues for our most northern tornado warning that includes areas from Jefferson, Lamont, Deer Creek, and Blackwell, Oklahoma. So several storms that we're tracking already this evening. I'm waiting to see if we have any updates on this tornado warning. It was observed near Hennessy. It continues to spin over this area. We have 1-inch hail reported in Oakwood, Dewey, Oklahoma. Yeah, so looks like a new tornado warning is coming for areas near Bison, Oklahoma. Let's see if we can, we could search this. Yeah, so I think they're extending that new tornado warning that is near Hennessy. As it crosses Highway 81, they're going to extend this tornado warning into Bison, but we're waiting for that to be issued here over the next several minutes. So heads up for those who live in that area. And once that tornado warning gets updated and issued, it will update instantly in the MyRadar app, which is a useful feature for any of y'all. If y'all found us on one of our social media platforms, whether that be X, YouTube, Facebook, download the app if you don't have it already. Very useful. You can track storms with us tonight. You will see this yourself in your phone. On top of our live stream, you'll be able to track the storms with us. And so there's that newly issued tornado warning. Now they just issued it, and the latest radar scans are very concerning. This tornado warning is spinning up pretty quickly. It's intensifying rapidly. If you're south of Wacomas, Oklahoma, so that's along Highway 81, it's going to come into very close to Fairmont along Highway 64. Again, Enid, you are not in this tornado warning, but just a couple miles to the east, even the Enid Woodridge Municipal Airport is under this tornado warning. And so that is spinning up very concerningly fast here. I'm checking to see if we have any sort of debris in the atmosphere with the latest radar scans that are coming in here. Yeah, so a potential tornado, and just from the latest velocity scans, that is a very concerning signature that I'm seeing there. As soon as they issued that tornado warning, it started to really get amplified over this area. So that is definitely a tornado of concern, or a possible tornado of concern here. Again, one of the issues that we'll have with visuals with this particular storm is that the sun is setting. If it's associated with any heavy rainfall, it'll be very hard to see it visually. So there may be a tornado on the ground, but if you're far away enough from it, if our storm chasers were looking in any sort of direction for this tornado, they would not be able to see it. Unless, when it's dark, unless there's lightning or, that's the only way. And if it wasn't associated with such heavy rainfall. So that's something very concerning with the storm. It continues to spin up pretty rapidly here. Again, south of Enid along Highway 81. It's just now crossing Highway 81 and will come into areas of Fairmont near Covington. Covington, you are not in a tornado warning, but just by the way this looks, if the rotation continues to intensify, then we may get an issue, as in we may get a tornado warning issued over that area. Again, it's still a couple more minutes away, but definitely something of concern with this storm. Okay, so it looks like we are looking at Jordan Hall's storm chaser feed here. I think he is driving to the storm. He's in Dover, Oklahoma. And let's actually look that up here. Okay, so he's on the south side of the tornado that's crossing. So he's actually along Highway 81. And the tornado is crossing possible tornadoes crossing just north of him with that newly issued tornado warning. And again, this is south of Enid for perspective, if you're wondering where in Oklahoma this is. Yeah, let's listen in on Jordan Hall here and see what he's thinking in the vehicle there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's going to do it. She chunky, and there's a bunch of there's a conga line off there. I'm shocked they're on that road. Are you kidding? I gotta turn the AC off.
able to keep a visual on this wall cloud, and I can't with the window up. Another big one right in front of us. It's muggy, sticky in here. Another one right in front of us.
Storm chaser Jordan Hall's feed. He's in Dover, Oklahoma, closing in on this storm that's just to the north of him. And I'm imagining that's where he's trying to go. He's driving north along Highway 81 or around some of the roads there. Now that this tornado has crossed Highway 81, potential tornado. Now, this is a tornado warning. I was seeing pictures earlier on social media, and this tornado, if it's on the ground, it's gonna be very visually hard to see because it's rain wrapped. But it is moving on now on the eastern side of Wacomas, eastern side of Highway 81, coming very close to Covington, south of Fairmont. So I think they're going to extend this warning because this still has a very strong indication that it's rotating. It's moving fairly quickly. The latest text from the National Weather Service has this near Bison, northeast, moving at 25 miles per hour, but I think it might be actually speeding up a little bit. It looks from the latest radar scans, it is going a little bit fast. And so moving at 25 miles per hour to the east. Again, this is a tornado warning that is south of Enid, Oklahoma. Now to the north of this storm, there's another tornado warning that is near Deer Creek. And that storm is moving at 35 miles per hour. This is close to Kay in southeastern Grant counties. again in Oklahoma. So this has not been a confirmed tornado yet. The only confirmed tornado is the one for south of Wacomas. And looks like they did expire a tornado warning that was south of this area. So far right now, we have 2 tornado warnings in the state of Oklahoma, tracking other storms that are as far north as Nebraska and Omaha. Again, Des Moines, Iowa is also under a tornado watch until 3 o'clock in the morning. So not only is a tornado threat all the way in Oklahoma, but it also extends into parts of the Midwest, including areas of Iowa. Some of these areas, again, you saw damaging tornadoes just almost over a week ago. So this severe weather season is cranking up right now. We're in the month of May. The month of May usually is the peak for tornadoes in terms of reports and tornadoes. Yeah. So again, we are pretty much in the peak season of tornadoes. A high risk is a very rare risk that is issued by the Storm Prediction Center. And when they issue this because they want to draw attention to the areas that are under this high risk. What this usually means is numerous storms with the capability of producing several tornadoes. And what the text that we're saying today is several strong, long track tornadoes. What that means is it'll be a prolonged storm on the ground for several minutes. That's what that means. So that's what the atmosphere that we're watching for. We've already had 2 reports of tornadoes issued across Oklahoma, one that is currently issued right now that was a confirmed tornado earlier this evening. And so I'm trying to get some of the latest updates here. And again, if you're watching with us, whether it be on X, our app, Facebook, thank you so much for joining us and trusting us for your weather information. If you have any questions, any concerns, you are in this area, or maybe you're asking for your family members, feel free to ask us in the chat, join the conversation. We are here to keep you safe and informed all evening long. We have a live feed from our storm chasers, not only here in our live stream, but if you want to access other storm chasers feeds, and there's a lot of them out there chasing these storms, you can use that and you can track these live feed, the storm chasers, you can track with them live using our video and storm chasers layer. And you're going to see me here toggle it on. So if you take a look at the top of your screen there where we have that radar, I just toggled on the video storm chasers layer, and you can see several of our storm chasers are out in the field. Jordan Hall is, like I said, I think that's what he was doing. He was driving north. He's closing in on this storm that has a potential tornado. Now, what you're seeing on his stream, and it goes in and out, there's a lot of rain there. So that's one of the problems, one of the concerns. If there was a tornado on the ground, you wouldn't be able to see it just because of the amount of rain that's falling right now. So definitely seeing a lot of lightning though with Storm Chaser Jordan Hall's feed. Several cars are on this particular road. And I'm going to zoom in here and see if, so it's E0590 road. So that's what he's driving along. That's the best part about using the MyRadar app is when you turn on the video storm chasers layer, you can pinpoint exactly where on the map they are and what road they're driving on. And so, and when you zoom into our app, it'll show you all the roads where the storm is headed. So yeah, Jordan Hall is closing in on this tornado warned storm, continues to spin up over this area. And then I think, just from what I'm seeing, the velocity is still pretty strong with the storm. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets extended down the line here. Okay, so I think, so tornado still, I think, on the ground near Bison. Looks like they're going to issue a new tornado warning as well, if they haven't already. And that is, okay, so there it is. So this is the storm we were talking about that had rotation, some weaker rotation earlier. Looks like it's starting to spin up a little bit more now. Now that the ingredients are becoming more favorable, the cap is usually what limits these storms from really growing and intensifying, that has eroded. So once we don't have that, that's why these storms are starting to fire up pretty quickly. And it is eroding very rapidly. So now this new tornado warning includes areas on the northeastern side of Clinton, Oklahoma, which is along highway or Interstate 40. This new tornado warning includes Custer County, Blaine County until 8:15 p.m. Central Time. So about another 45 minutes on this storm. It's moving at 35 miles per hour. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but this severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado was near Arapahoe, Oklahoma. Again, moving at 35 miles per hour. Golf ball size hail is also a likelihood with any of these storms. Any of these storms that happen to be tornado warned, very large hails could be associated with them. And so continue to track this tornado here. Yeah, so visually I'm watching Jordan Hall's feed, and there's just so much rain in this area. I don't see or hear any hail. Matt Highland, if you hear any hail on his stream, just let me know. But so far right now, I'm just seeing a lot of rain. Those roads are very wet. There's a lot of cars out there. But visually, visually we cannot see a tornado, but very wet roadways, likely rain wrapped. But there were reports that it's still on the ground, possibly over this area. Yeah, so looks like 1 mile south of Bison and Garfield, there was a tornado reported in that area. Okay, so let's look that up to give more. Okay, so yeah, so that confirmed tornado was in Bison. So that tornado still, tornado warning, or that tornado warned storm is still producing a tornado. It looks like it's now approaching Douglas, Oklahoma, then Perry, Oklahoma. You're downstream from this tornado warning, still on the ground. Now, so the rain is actually ahead of it. So if you were to look at this storm from Covington, Oklahoma, you would see the rain. Now, if you were behind the storm, I think you have more of a visual of where the tornado is on the ground. Jordan Hall is more so on the south eastern side of the storm. So we're not really seeing, and that's what you're seeing on your live stream here. I think that's why we're not seeing good visuals of the storm. Saw something interesting in his stream here. There's a lot of lightning. It's definitely lighting up the sky. Yeah, so I think his feed is going in and out here. He's in a remote area. But so far right now, not very much. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is also out in the field storm chasing. He is also in northwestern Oklahoma tonight. So let me zoom out and wait for this radar to load so we can get some of the latest radar scans here. So this is bubbling up pretty quickly, especially over this zone in Oklahoma.
Southeast. It jogs me southeast and then straight east. I don't want to do that southeast jog. I can't do that southeast jog.
Like storm reports continue to come in from these possible tornadoes. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Grant, Oklahoma and Kay, Oklahoma. And I think that's for the storm that is behind Oklahoma here. Or areas of on the western side of Watonga Oklahoma. And so let's take a look at our weather outlook. So I think they're updating their severe weather outlook. So this is around the time where they continue to update you. And usually around the time, you know, severe weather outlooks get updated frequently, especially on days like today. So the high risk continues across areas of Oklahoma. And just for perspective, in terms of where these storms are now and where the high risk lies, Oklahoma City, you are included in this. I'm a little bit more concerned for that storm that's just to the west along Highway 40 or Interstate 40 in Weatherford, Oklahoma. Weatherford, Oklahoma, you're under that tornado warning now. We were talking about that earlier. If you were to be under, if the storm to the west of you continue with the rotation, that you would be tornado warned. And so that continues, that tornado warning finally moving into that zone. It's still spinning up in that area, but now these storms are moving into that high risk zone. Oklahoma City, you're included in that, along Interstate 35, Moore, Norman, Purcell, Chickasha, and Darko, Oklahoma. You guys, Piedmont, Kingfisher, Guthrie, you're still in that high risk. These storms are not in your zone yet, but something to keep in mind and be aware of. They still have to cross all of these areas within that high risk. Behind that is that moderate risk. Behind that is that enhanced risk. It's a very rare day. It's not going to be every day that you see purple show up in the MyRadar app. This happens very infrequently, and when it does happen, that just means be prepared for numerous tornadoes and severe weather. Pretty much a severe weather outbreak occurring now over this area. So we'll take that off so you can take a look more, a better perspective of where our storms are right now. And so I know I've left our velocity. Our velocity layer just helps us look for rotation within the storm. And so just from the reflectivity, if you were just to look at this, you didn't really know anything about the velocity or any of the layers that we were looking at. But just from the basic radar reflectivity, you can see that the storm is spinning up. Has a hook echo associated with it, especially across areas where we were tracking the storm. So I wouldn't be surprised if over the next several minutes they were to extend this tornado warning into possibly Covington here. And I'm looking for some of these cities as they populate. And even maybe on the northern side of Marshall, Oklahoma here. So these storms continue and they're spinning up pretty quickly. So that is just a very much concerning radar signature.
This is exactly what I want. Now, if it just
And so our tornado warning continues for Garfield, Oklahoma. Okay, so it looks like Jordan Hall is closing in on the storm. You can, a very interesting, I think, perspective. Let's see where he is in the video storm chasers layer, because he is on this tornado warning. Yeah, so it looks like he has now gotten ahead of it. And like I was explaining earlier, the rain is before the actual circulation. So he's on the eastern side of the storm and he's looking directly at it. You can see that from the image, but you can also see all the rain, the lightning. So if there's still a tornado on the ground, he will not be able to see it just because the rain is really blocking the view of the possible tornado. So he did a quick job and, you know, went north. He raced north. Now he's ahead of the storm. So this storm has the potential of coming into, will come into Jordan Hall. And so he has a very good shot of that storm. So let's put him full screen here. Again, he is looking directly at the storm. He's looking at the rain, at the shelf that's coming into that area. Again, this is, I think he is just to the south of Covington. He is close to, he is on, I think that is road 74, right outside the tornado warning. So I wouldn't be surprised here if the next several minutes he were to be put under a tornado warning. So let's put his shot full screen
My first rodeo.
and his audio up as well, because that storm is racing towards him right now.
Can you? I think she still needs some time.
I need to move again.
Yeah, let's do it before everybody else gets here.
Copy. You want to drop this storm and go south to the weather?
Just let me communicate with Scott for a second. You want to just jump north with this for like 5 more minutes? Or what do you want to do?
Copy. You want to drop this storm and go south to...
What do you want to do right now?
I'm just annoyed with the storm.
We can drop south. I mean, look, you want to hop out and take a look at it or I guess whatever. What's going on?
I know. Go north for a little bit, but I'm just annoyed by the storm.
It's pretty ominous. We got a funnel back here, Scott. It's trying a tornado right now. There it is. There it is. Being smart.
Look at the north.
I see it. I see it. Where you want to go east up here? Go north, go east. Huh? What'd you say? Okay. Do what? Well, tough luck. You're here. You're dealing with it. You're doing it. But it would be south of us. I know. Woo! Okay. Very strong northerlies here. I'm not muting audio. Alright. I can't see. Okay, this isn't good.
This ain't good, Sierra. Not in a good spot.
Go, keep going.
I'm trying.
You did.
No, this ain't good. Sierra, this ain't good. I can't. Sierra, this ain't good. This ain't good.
Keep driving.
This ain't good.
Keep driving. Jordan, keep driving. Jordan, keep
Sierra,
driving.
just shut the fuck up!
Just don't want to block the views. All right, y'all. Y'all have been watching live feed from Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. He is near Covington, Oklahoma. And I think he just went through a tornado, possibly. And so now he is in the rain portion of the storm. So you're seeing heavy rainfall. So I haven't seen if there's any hail on the ground or anything so far with this. Looks like he is now at a gas station and you're seeing lots of lightning. So that is what's really illuminating the sky. But I think he just intercepted a tornado possibly. The tornado is still on the ground there, and they've actually extended the tornado warning into now just Perry, Oklahoma. You're just right outside that tornado warning. Velocity is still showing that this tornado warned storm still has some very tight rotation within it. So with the latest radar scans, as this loads, it's still pretty strong rotation. Now over on the east side of Covington, Oklahoma, still spinning. Perry, I wouldn't be surprised if down the line here you were to be under a tornado warning. Tornado was reported 3 miles south of Covington, Garfield, Oklahoma. So that's where Storm Chaser Jordan Hall is currently. And that is an official report from the National Weather Service, but you know, we saw that firsthand on our live stream here. And so, yeah, a pretty dangerous storm that continues to produce a tornado. And so it looks like he's there, and we're still getting, you know, Matthew Cappucci is also out in the field tracking this. The latest Storm Prediction Center update on this tornado threat continues the high risk. So that means we still have, and we're entering really the peak time where these storms are really supposed to rotate and initiate. And that's what makes this dangerous. You know, usually these happen early during the day, but because the atmosphere is just so prolific and conducive for storms, that is why we're still seeing tornado warnings. So don't let your guard down. Just because it's dark in Oklahoma right now doesn't mean that your tornado threat is not possible. The ingredients are all there for tornadoes to still spin up tonight, well into the overnight hours, especially over areas of Oklahoma. So let's take a look at our newest update on what's going on right now in Oklahoma. So sounds good, Matt. Thank you. Let's take a look at what's going on with this latest tornado warning here. So we are now looking just north of Clinton, Custer City, Oklahoma. You're under a tornado warning. Let's toggle on our newest radar scans here. So tornado warning continues for counties for South Central Custer, Blaine counties until 8:15 p.m. So you still have another about 10 minutes or so on this tornado warning. Looks like we have our Cappucci stream back up, meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, who's I'm not sure if that's his location, but he is in Western Oklahoma as well. And I would imagine he's looking at one of the storms from a distance here. And so again, you can track them live in our app, Video Storm Chasers Layer. If you want to know if you want a bigger version, or you just want to look at your phone and track with Jordan Hall, Matthew Cappucci, that is something that you can access using the MyRadar app. And it's at the palm of your hand. Even if I'm not here with the live feed across the social media platforms, you in the app will have the advantage of being able to see it firsthand from the palm of your hand. So let's zoom in now on this storm that continues to push to the east near Perry, Oklahoma. Confirmed tornado near Covington. So we just saw that on our live stream. It's moving at 25 miles per hour. Golf ball size hail is possible. Right now, Jordan Hall doesn't have his audio up. So we're just kind of waiting and seeing what his next move is. We're waiting and seeing what Matthew Cappucci's next move is here. And so far right now, we have two tornado warnings. And they're coming very close. So what I'm concerned with is the tornado warning near just on the east side of Clinton. As it moves to the east, it'll come very close to Oklahoma City. one of the more populated cities in Oklahoma. Kingfisher as well, down the line, Guthrie, Edmond. If I read out your city just now, just pay very close attention over the next hour or two on what these storms are going to do. You are also under this high risk of severe weather. I know you've been hearing it all day. And this is just something to keep in mind. We are now entering peak time for when these storms will spin up and intensify. So over the last hour or so, we already saw several reports of tornadoes over this area. So let's check back in and see if we have Jordan Hall's audio back up. It looks like he's once again on the move. He's now, I think, moving, and our video storm chasers layer will update pretty quickly if you are wondering where he is located. But he's on the move now, and so we'll see what storm he's targeting next. And so it looks like he's just on the move. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is also stationed in Oklahoma, Western Oklahoma. Yeah, so it looks like Jordan Hall is just, let's update his feed here. Yeah, so Jordan Hall is still south of Covington. I think he might be moving now to the west, possibly. We'll see once his location updates here. So far right now, we have 2 tornado warnings. The one, it's spinning up pretty quickly, and there's a couple chasers on this storm right now. So Custer and Blaine counties. This is radar indicated. Nothing has been confirmed so far with this tornado warning. Reading up to see if we have any more reports on this. Yeah, so I think Jordan Hall got a really good view of that tornado warned storm. Perry, Oklahoma, you are very close to this tornado warning. This, I would imagine that now that this, the rotation is moving very close to outside of where that tornado warning. So it's coming very close to Interstate 35. So it'll cross here over the next several minutes. It looks like we also have newly issued tornado warnings in Kansas that are also radar indicated. So let's zoom out and give you some of the latest updates on those now that they are starting to rotate these storms. So the first tornado warning that we have to talk about in the state of Kansas is over the city of Abilene. Moving at 35 miles per hour. This includes Dickinson County in Kansas here. It's moving along Interstate 70 and potentially moving into Milford Lake area. The next tornado warning that's been issued in Kansas includes Pottawatomie County in northeastern Kansas that goes through 8:30 p.m. Nothing confirmed either, but we are seeing indications of rotation with this storm. Somebody earlier was asking about Manhattan, Kansas. Right now you are under a severe thunderstorm watch, but you are in between tornado warnings. And looks like they just did extend this tornado warning along. So now the rotation is right over Interstate 70. The tornado warning has been extended to the north. That will include Milford Lake now. So this is Dickinson County, Geary County, Riley County, and Clay County in Kansas until 8:45 p.m. Central Time. So you have 30 minutes on this tornado warning. Nothing is confirmed, but $50 sized hail is possible with this storm. So that's something we're keeping our eyes on here. Okay, so if you have questions about your location, what you're expected to see over your area, you can ask us in our chat. I'm trying to keep track of all your questions. A lot of you are chatting with amongst each other. Keep that going. Share this information with your friends and family. We are closing in on 8:10 Central Time, 9:10 p.m. Eastern Time here. The peak of the storm system is starting to happen now, and we're already seeing several tornado warnings in the state of Oklahoma, several tornado warnings in the state of Kansas. So let's go back to Oklahoma, and we still have 2 tornado warnings here. Now a large area is under a severe thunderstorm warning. And so that means hail is possible, even damaging winds. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible within this severe thunderstorm warning, $50 sized hail. The severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma includes K County in Oklahoma, Kingfisher, Noble, Blaine, Grant, Logan, Garfield, Major. That's several counties that are under this severe thunderstorm warning. So that is a huge zone that will see the potential of gusty winds, so 60-mile-per-hour winds, and $50 sized hail. So I actually want to check in and see what's going on with this tornado warned storm here. Let's see if I can toggle this. Yeah, so it's still spinning. It's coming close and out of range of this current tornado warning. So they might have just extended it with a severe thunderstorm warning. And something to keep in mind as well is if you're not seeing any tornado warnings right now, but you're in that high risk of severe weather, you're under a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. So watch means the ingredients are favorable for tornadoes to form. That tornado watch goes until 11 tonight, Central Time. So although you might still be far away from these storms, but you're under that risk of tornadoes, you will still see possibly that risk heading into the overnight. So just taking a look from Jordan Hall's live feed here and Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's live feed, looks like it's starting to get dark there very quickly tonight. So that means visualization of any tornadoes, if they were on the ground, would be extremely difficult if we don't have lightning. Now, these storms have produced a lot of lightning so far. And so the visuals have, so far, we've just been able to see a shelf cloud rain wrapped storm. And so that is one of the issues right now. So let's zoom out and give a quick update on what's going on here. And so someone's asking about Lawton, Oklahoma. Lawton is along Highway 44 or Interstate 44. And so far, let's turn on this radar. So Lawton, you are not in that highest risk level, but the storms, you're still on the tail end. The storms are beginning to fire off near southwestern Oklahoma. And so you still got a couple more hours. I think your risk will still continue well into tonight and overnight. So just be mindful. I know there's not been a lot of activity down there yet, but I'm seeing some early indications that these storms are starting to fire off in Lawton, Oklahoma so far tonight. So keep track of that. Stay here with us. We'll be here with you all throughout the night, tracking these storms. Our storm chasers are also out in the field. Jordan Hall's feed looks very dark. You can see kind of the sunset in the background there as it's starting to get dark quickly in areas of Oklahoma. Okay, so Lawton, we'll be watching out for y'all later on today. Looks like they have expired that tornado warning that was near Custer City along Interstate 270 and have extended that with a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado warning continues, coming very close now to Interstate 35. I'm imagining Jordan Hall is following this storm. And so we can actually get an updated location on this if we toggle on our video and storm chasers layer here. And so let's see if this updates. But yeah, looks like the velocity also, let's turn on this. This radar gives us a little bit of a closer view. So Jordan Hall is, yeah, so he's still driving. I think he's now on the backside of the storm. But the velocity for that particular storm that's still under that tornado warning, again, waiting to see if they're going to extend this with either a severe thunderstorm warning or continue that tornado warning. And yeah, so it looks like the velocity is still very strong, and you could see if you look closely some of our earlier scans how pretty much that tornado warning and that tornado that confirmed tornado kind of spun up pretty quickly as it crossed Highway 81, coming close to Covington, Oklahoma. Storm chaser Jordan Hall I think intercepted the tornado, and now he's driving and tracking the next storm. Now it's crossing Interstate 35 in areas of Oklahoma. Okay, so and I'm watching y'all. Thank y'all. If you're asking questions, continue to do so. We want to get traction on our live stream, so this information could be reached to maybe anybody who doesn't know what's going on, lives in Oklahoma, needs to know what's going on right now on the MyRadar app. So thank you so much for joining us tonight, and continue to ask your questions. We will try to get to every single one of them, especially if you live in Oklahoma. Okay, so let's read some of your questions. So somebody asking about Stillwater, Oklahoma. Right now, you're still a couple of ways away from, and I heard you there, Matt, a couple ways away from, or a couple of minutes away from the storms entering your region. Now, Stillwater, let's give you perspective. Now, we were talking about Perry, Oklahoma. That tornado warning is actually on the northwestern side of Stillwater. Right now, I'm not expecting it to even affect Stillwater. It's still pretty relatively calm there, but what is concerning is the storms behind the one that is tornado warned storm. Now, you may get a line of storms that pushes in, or you may even get a tornado risk. Stillwater, you're in that bullseye for the tornado risk. So just keep in mind, keep your phone, anything, turn on our live stream, keep it up for you. If there's a tornado warning, your phone will ding from the MyRadar app, but we will tell you here live on our stream on what's happening there. So Stillwater, still pay attention to that, to the weather here over the next hour or so. Thankfully, at least that tornado warm storm is moving north of you. It's possibly crossing into Perry as we speak. It's already crossed Interstate 35. And we're starting to see some of these storms come into your zone here. So you have storms on the eastern side of you, and you have storms on the western side. Hey, to our viewer who's watching us from the UK, wondering if this is a good app for tracking tornadoes in the US. Definitely so. We are using it live here, you know. Our team of meteorologists, we are all very experienced. We've used several weather apps in our career and industry, and I definitely have. So I'm very familiar with Oklahoma. So I went to school there and tracked plenty of storms in Oklahoma. MyRadar is definitely useful for that. You live in the UK. We also have radar for the UK that you can access in our app as well. We just added UK as one of our international radars. So if you live in the UK, not only can you track tornadoes in the US, but you could track the weather there as well locally. And if you have MyRadar Pro, you will be able to access from our per station radar that UK radar. So have fun with that. Let us know what you think about that if you're in the UK. Okay, so somebody from Oklahoma City. So far, nothing right now. But again, don't let your guard down. Just because storms haven't moved into your area, the peak time is now. And the storms that I'm more concerned for in Oklahoma City are just to the west of you. They're about an hour or so out from Oklahoma City. And if they do move into Oklahoma City, maybe a little bit more north of Oklahoma City. But again, what I'm concerned in just seeing from the radar is there is some storms trying to fire off even further to the west. So once they fire off, that will still be pushing into central Oklahoma, later on this evening into the Tulsa metro area, and eventually heading into tomorrow morning early into portions of Arkansas. So, you know, this tornado threat is still here. We've already seen several reports of tornadoes so far this evening, and at least as of right now, we have one tornado warning, and that is close to Perry, Oklahoma. Okay, so they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Blaine, Oklahoma, Canadian, Garfield, Kay, Kingfisher, Logan, and Noble, Oklahoma. So it looks like they might have just extended that tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, so it looks like early indications that there was some damage earlier from this same tornado warned storm near Covington. Yeah, so, you know, there's possibly, and we were talking about this earlier, there's possibly still storms trying to form in southwestern Oklahoma along the dry line. We're going to watch that closely. And for those talking about that earlier in Lawton, still possibility, just keep an eye on it. So it looks like the National Weather Service will allow that storm that is on the western side of Perry, Oklahoma to expire. So that would mean that we do not have any tornado warnings over Oklahoma. Now let's go back up to Kansas and talk about these storms. So I want to get the latest update. We still have tornado warnings up here, nothing confirmed on the ground yet. I think spotters from the latest text, wall cloud. So we are seeing at any moment now in near Junction City, Kansas, the possibility of a tornado over this area. And so, yeah, it's starting to strengthen as it moves over Milford Lake. Just north of that, we have another tornado warned storm. Nothing confirmed either, but this is for Pottawatomie County in Kansas, moving at 50 miles per hour. So it's a pretty quick moving storm. And the only hazard with this is a tornado. So overall, they are within the zone. Now, let's go up here. And this is another tornado warning that's been issued. And this is for Nebraska. So Nemaha County and Ot County in southeastern Nebraska. That goes until 8:45. And nothing confirmed on the ground yet, but this also includes areas from Auburn, Nebraska, Johnson, Brock. This is along Interstate 75 now in Nebraska. So we have one tornado warning in Nebraska. We have two in the state of Kansas, and so far in Oklahoma, they're going to allow that tornado warning for areas just to the east of Perry expire. So that's Garfield County, Noble expire. So one tornado warning that will last here a couple more minutes in the state of Oklahoma. Okay, so let's check in here. I'm seeing all your comments. Yeah, thank y'all for joining us. A lot of you, joining us pretty late. If you're on Eastern time, yeah, it's almost 9:30. We've been here pretty much all day tracking these storms. I know our field chasers like Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci and storm chaser Jordan Hall have been driving for hours trying to get to the location to chase these storms. It's starting to get dark there from both Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci and storm chaser Jordan Hall. Tracking these storms. So yeah, share this information. We'll be here providing live updates, live feed. It's starting to ramp up in areas of northern, now in areas of Kansas and even Nebraska. Nebraska, you're getting some storms up there too. Yeah, so seeing, storm chaser Jordan Hall was on top of that feed of that tornado that crossed into Covington. So Matt, let me know if we have any audio from them. I would love to hear what they're doing or where they're going. Okay, so we're tracking these storms. Yeah, so we have several tornado warnings, and just from the plot, you can see where those polygons are. Several tornado warnings in Kansas this evening so far. And again, I know a lot of our focus was in Oklahoma, but Kansas, Nebraska, you have the potential of seeing tornadoes tonight. We're definitely seeing that. Okay, somebody asking about Maysville in Pauls Valley, Oklahoma. You didn't have to tell me the state because I'm very familiar with those areas. Pauls Valley along Interstate 35 in Oklahoma. Like I said earlier, it's the same atmosphere as what could potentially happen in Lawton. Now, if we can get these storms to initiate on west and southwestern Oklahoma as they push to the east, it will be more so of an overnight threat. Really, the overnight threat is still a potential for Oklahoma City. I know a lot of the storms are north of the area, but if we can get any of those storms on the backside of those storms, so that's a secondary wave of storms, that's where we have the potential of seeing still a tornado threat. The tornado threat is still something that we're going to have to keep an eye on in the overnight hours. But yeah, thanks for your question, Lisa. Continue to ask, share this live stream with your friends and family who live there. If they have concerns, you can ask for them as you've been doing so in the chat. We'll be here answering them live. Yeah, so I'm wondering where Storm Chaser Jordan Hall is. Let's see if we can get a live update of his location here. It still says he's in Covington, but he's been driving a ways away. So let's see if I can refresh this video Storm Chaser's layer here. Let's get some of the latest text here. And we're getting some thunderstorm wind damage reports. Yeah, I don't either right now either. Um, yeah, just waiting for our severe storm chasers layer to refresh here. Yeah, I mean, Jordan Hall, I mean, it's still daylight there. Couple more minutes and it'll be dark. I think he might be driving west, I'd imagine, just because he's getting in on a little bit more daylight. Can't see the sunset very much just because there's so much cloud coverage there right now. Okay, so he is west of Perry. Yeah, so let's do that. If we can, let's use our other app, Mac Mini app on top of me, and then we'll refresh the app to get Jordan Hall's latest scan here. Okay, so let's toggle that on. Yeah, I think it's going to take a bit to refresh that. But let's put back on the iPad and show the MyRadar up there, Matt, and then we'll continue to track these storms. So tornado warnings continue for areas of Kansas. It's really where the primary threat of tornadoes is right now. Or at least tornado warnings have been issued. Yeah, so tornado warning, nothing reported though in Kansas or even Nebraska. They're just radar indicated tornado warnings. Yeah, Jordan Hall's stream looks really good in terms of the sunset, but looks like the sunset's over and it's about to get dark really fast where Jordan Hall is right now. All right, guys, so one of the newest updates now, and something that I don't think I've ever seen before. We've had an extension of our high risk of severe weather. So let's show you where that is right now. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Whoever was asking for this earlier, Tulsa, you are now included in this high risk of severe weather. A threat of tornadoes through midnight has increased. So Tulsa Metro, now you're now under that high risk. That's a level 5 out of 5 for the potential of seeing numerous tornadoes, a line of thunderstorms that will be pushing through your area with the capabilities of damaging winds. The hail potential, I think, is diminishing a little bit more, but it's still there. Now it does include, like I said, the Tulsa metro area, just right outside of Bixby, Oklahoma, Owasso, Winona, along Interstate 75. So that's where we have that extension of that high risk of severe weather. We still have a moderate behind this line of storms just because of the anticipation of possibly storms, the secondary wave of storms firing off the dry line here tonight. So again, I want to reiterate, I know some of you have not seen any activity, but the threat is not over with. We still have a possible secondary wave. This is why that high risk of severe weather has now been extended into Tulsa. And so that's definitely something that doesn't happen very often, but it has been extended. I think primarily for, again, that line of storms that's going to be pushing through, the primary risk being in Tulsa, but they are saying that the tornado threat will be increasing over Tulsa here over the next several hours. So just a new update that I wanted to give y'all if you live in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I know a lot of y'all have been watching us from there. Share this information with your friends, family. It might be a very active night in Tulsa tonight, especially in the overnight hours as it pushes to the east. So, and that's one of the benefits of having the MyRadar app is you're able to pretty much show what you want. If you want to see where the Storm Prediction Center's outlook is into comparison to current radar, we are seeing that right now on our screen. So definitely useful for me, but you can also access this. Our video and storm chasers layer is also toggled on. So you can see where our storm chasers are now live in the app. But so far right now in Oklahoma, and looks like I think they did issue a new tornado warning up here just on the border of Oklahoma and Kansas. So I want to get a better view of that. So Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma, you are under a tornado warning. So nothing confirmed, but this is moving at 50 miles per hour. So this is a very fast moving storm. And I'm reading the latest text from the National Weather Service in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So let's do that. Let's go to this. And read what they're thinking. So yeah, right now the hail would be less than an inch in diameter in Osage, Oklahoma. But nothing right now so far in terms of reports of there's a tornado on the ground. But that is the newly issued tornado warning from the National Weather Service in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So now we are moving now more to the east. So that means that Tulsa is taking the hand, especially northwestern or northern Oklahoma in general on these storms. But that storm will be moving into possibly parts of Kansas here over the next several minutes. Now we have this huge line of storms that has a severe thunderstorm warning in it. It's a line of storms. So I think really Stillwater, you are in that severe thunderstorm warning. So for whoever was asking me that earlier until 9 o'clock. So these severe thunderstorms are capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe even greater, and half-dollar sized hail. So just checking in on those reports in Tulsa. Now let's go back and let's zoom out here. So it looks like so far right now, most of all the tornado warnings have been expired. So far we only have one tornado warning in the state of Oklahoma this evening. And Jordan Hall continues to drive. Let's see. I'm seeing a lot of like Storm Chaser Jordan Hall's feed. He had a good view of that storm that was near Covington earlier. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we're gonna put Jordan Hall's feed here, full screen, and then come back here and update y'all if there's any new tornado warnings that happen to be issued.
I'm not done streaming, guys. I just got to get a quick burger, and we're going to continue streaming. So I'm just going to leave it on for now, but we'll be back, and storm chase mode continues.
Something fucking planted behind us.
Did you see velocity?
Yeah, I can get you there.
Did you see velocity?
A little bit, yeah. That was kind of like.
This is what happened.
Yeah, there was a little bit of.
I was like, it's planting on us. I was like, we need to go north. We're gonna get sideswiped, and then.
I saw that tour and I was like,
Yeah, I heard you. I heard you. I was like, yeah, I was like, I know, but I don't think you heard me.
I was like, oh, that might be a satellite.
Yeah,
Yeah, that wasn't the main tour.
Yeah.
That was not it.
Hey, y'all, it's meteorologist Erica Lopez. We just took a quick intermission. Storm chaser Jordan Hall, I think, is taking a quick break. But we're still tracking storms here. For a second there was a time period where there wasn't a tornado warning, but looks like we just had a quick spin up. This is what we were talking about with that secondary wave of storms that was going to be moving into parts of Oklahoma. Now, what I'm concerned with this storm, it is very close to the Oklahoma City metro area. It is spinning up. It spun up quickly, it formed, and it grew. And so this is one of the concerns. This is a great example of how quickly things can change in parts of Oklahoma already tonight. Now, this is a newly issued tornado warning, and this goes for Kingfisher County, Blaine, and Canadian, some of the same counties that were under those tornado warnings earlier this evening. There's nothing that has been confirmed on radar, but these tornado warnings go until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. $50 sized hail is possible with these storms. And so that's really what we're tracking here. And so let's go here, and that is what we were zooming in on. Let's zoom in here. And so let's show you where that velocity, that rotation is. So we use velocity to measure or, really point out where the center of the rotation of a storm is. And so this is a very helpful feature in the MyRadar app that you can access. And so let's zoom out here. And let's see if any other radars are scanning this. And so the tricky part about this is it's a little bit in the middle of these radars in Oklahoma. So yeah, so it's still rotating there. Again, this is a newly issued tornado warning that is coming very close to the Oklahoma City metro area. It's going to cross once again Highway 81 just south of Kingfisher. And once it does that, here over the next 30 minutes or so, it'll come very close to parts of the Oklahoma City metro area. There's still a couple tornado warnings, though, in areas of Kansas tonight. And so let me see if I can share my screen. So Matt Highland, I'm going to share my screen so we could put the MyRadar app on the iPad up here. And so hopefully that starts to share. Let's do this. Okay, so the iPad should be up now, Matt Highland. Okay, so now we're getting that secondary initiation. Now we have another tornado warning that's been issued across areas of Oklahoma, just outside of the Tulsa metro area. So let's turn on that radar here, and that's Osage, I think County, Osage County, southeastern Pawnee County. This is from the National Weather Service in Tulsa. This goes until 9:45 p.m. There's nothing confirmed yet, but it is a possibility here. And this will move just north of these areas. So from going right over Osage, Oklahoma, Skiatook Lake, very close to this area. So that is why this the Storm Prediction Center actually extended the high risk of severe weather over areas of Tulsa. And so Tulsa, you're already getting in on the tornado potential this evening. Looks like it is starting to increase over areas of Tulsa. This tornado warning might go over Skiatook Lake. Skiatook, Oklahoma is on the eastern side of that. So Skiatook, you are not in a tornado warning just yet. It'll actually move a little bit more northwest of your location. Now, if you're joining us again, thank you so much for sticking with us. It's been a very long evening for all of us here at MyRadar. We've been tracking the storms up to the forecasting portion of it. We knew this was a possibility even well into last week. We were prepared for these storms. The high risk was issued today. That's the level 5 out of 5 across areas of Oklahoma. And we've been doing forecast updates, video updates, trying to keep you guys informed all day long today. So thank you for sticking with us. If you made it this far in our live stream, it is 10:06 p.m. Eastern time, 9:06 Central time, and we are just getting started on the severe weather potential. You know, there was a little bit of a time where there weren't any tornado warnings in Oklahoma. Tornado warnings continue across areas of Kansas tonight. There were tornado warnings in Nebraska. And so now that secondary wave, it looks like it's starting to initiate across southwestern Oklahoma, where we already have a tornado warning that is very close to the Oklahoma City metro area, a hugely populated city in the state of Oklahoma. And so, you know, that's our concern. The tornado potential is still here. Don't let your guard down. If you're watching us, you stuck through this live stream. We're watching with Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, who were in Oklahoma. If you witnessed that with Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, who I think intercepted a tornado tonight, they have been out in the field, but unfortunately, because it's already dark there, it's going to be very hard to see if there is a tornado on the ground. If Storm Chaser Jordan Hall continues in the evening, that's what makes these storms dangerous. So continue to watch that. Of course, we're going to be here tracking the tornado warnings. And so now they're starting to pop up. Even just a minute ago, there's just 2 tornado warnings. There's now another tornado warning. And let's turn on the Tulsa radar here. We'll wait for that to load. So Tulsa, just outside of Ponca City, there is a newly issued tornado warning. That is for Kay County in northern Oklahoma. It's moving at 55 miles per hour. So that's a pretty quick moving storm that's moving over areas of Oklahoma. Now, on the other side of it, in Kansas, there's another tornado warning that's also been issued. And this is from the National Weather Service in Wichita, Kansas. This is for Elk County in southeastern Kansas, Jaquita County in southeastern Kansas as well. And so nothing confirmed on radar or nothing confirmed on the ground, but it is a confirmed tornado warning on radar. So that's already a handful of tornado warnings that have been issued tonight, just from the National Weather Service in Tulsa and Norman, Oklahoma. It's still a pretty incredibly active evening. So we want to keep you safe and informed. We will be here. The secondary wave, it looks like that tornado potential is still there. We're still seeing several tornado warnings being issued. So do not let your guard down tonight. And so several of you have stuck through. A lot of you guys are watching us on X tonight. So thank you all so much. Again, if you want to join the conversation, you can join our chat in YouTube, or you can even join our chat on Facebook. That's where most of the people's questions have been coming in. So if you have any concern, you're watching us on X tonight, want to have a question, you can either at me on Twitter, and you, if you're watching us on X, you see my handle up there at Erica Lopez WX. Ask your question there, or even tag at MyRadar WX, and we will try to get to your questions here live on air as this tornado threat continues to ramp up across portions of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska tonight. So high risk of severe weather has actually been extended into the Tulsa metro area. And so that's something that we're concerned about here. And so let's pull that up once again. Matt, I'm not sure if we lost our MyRadar feed there. But if the radar is good to go, just let me know. Okay, so it looks like that tornado warning in Osage County, Oklahoma, it has a very tight indication of rotation here, just from the velocity scans. Nothing confirmed though. I am looking at social media, National Weather Service, to make sure that, you know, there's nothing on the ground. But if you're under a tornado warning, it's very important that you are seeking shelter immediately. That means a tornado could potentially drop at any moment over your area, and something we're watching very, very closely. Now, even tornado warnings are now being issued in Iowa tonight. Looks like tornado warnings are starting to pop off across the Midwest. So let's take a look there and see what's going on up there. So yeah, so these have been here actually for quite a bit of time, the Northern Plains, and it's interestingly enough, these 3 tornado warnings are not within that tornado watch zone, but just because you're not within a zone doesn't mean that, you know, you cannot see tornadoes. The atmosphere is just so conducive all the way up into the North Central Plains. That's where most of the activity initiated today. But just outside of Sioux Falls, you're seeing those tornado warnings. Now, these are all radar indicated tornado warnings. Moving into parts of Minnesota this evening. And then we're watching another tornado warning just outside of Omaha, Nebraska. Hey, if you know anybody that lives over there, make sure that you're sharing this information with them. And we're waiting for this radar to load here. Let's do reflectivity. So let's give you the update on this tornado warning. So tornado warning issued for Mills and Potawatomi counties in Iowa. There's a lot of Potawatomi counties that I've noticed. Every state, I think, within the plains has a Potawatomi county. But this is for Iowa. And it is 17 miles east of Council Bluffs, moving at 50 miles per hour. So again, a fast moving storm. Average, I think, speed for storms is about between 30 to 40 miles per hour, 50 to 60. That means it's a quick mover. A quarter-sized hail just outside of Omaha, so crossing into Iowa. Now let's go back down and check on our storms here in Oklahoma. They're just firing off pretty quickly, and these tornado warnings continue for parts of not only the Oklahoma City metro area, but also the Tulsa metro area. So let me catch up on these messages from the National Weather Service. Tornado warnings pretty much over the same areas that saw tornado warnings earlier. Flash flood warnings also issued for Blaine, Oklahoma. So a lot of water in a short amount of time. That's when we get those flood warnings. Yeah, so looks like we are going to continue with that tornado warning just outside of Oklahoma City. Let's get some latest updates from Tulsa, Oklahoma here. Okay. Yeah, so this, the evening continues to be very, very active. Okay, so somebody asking anything expected between Lawton and Oklahoma City. So we were talking about this in our stream earlier. There is still a chance that, just from looking at radar, loading the latest radar scans, that we could still see storm initiation well into the evening that will eventually cross into areas of Oklahoma City and even Lawton, Oklahoma. Earlier in our stream, we were talking about how some of these storms looked suspicious because, and I use that word because there were some storms that were trying to initiate in southwestern Oklahoma. So let's put up our general radar so you can see what I'm talking about. So earlier, most of the activities, you can see that line of storms is pushing to the east. And so it looks like our app just stopped sharing here. So let's do it again. Okay, so let's go back to this. So what was concerning about it is we were starting to see some storm initiation. I guess that didn't work. So we'll use this radar. And so let's do this. Let's zoom out here. So yeah, we're jumping between radars, so bear with us. But what I was saying earlier is we were still going to see, and the models were hinting at this earlier in the day. This is why the Storm Prediction Center issued an high risk of severe weather. I know you guys, you're like, we haven't seen anything today in Lawton, Oklahoma City, you haven't seen anything, but the primary threat time was right now until the overnight hours for these storms. So we're starting to get a little bit of initiation, storms trying to grow in southwestern Oklahoma right now. So there's still a chance that you could see tornadic thunderstorms later on tonight and into overnight. Oklahoma City, you already have a storm just north of you. So although you have not seen very much activity, it's still potential. I want you guys to stay alert. That's why you have your mobile device. If there's a storm near you, you will know if you download the MyRadar app. You will also know, it'll tell you ahead of time in advance that, you'll see heavy rainfall, lightning within your vicinity. So within your area. So just something to keep in mind. That is what we're tracking tonight. So don't let your guard down. Alex, who is watching us between Lawton and Oklahoma City, you still have the potential of seeing that. So far right now, we just have that tornado warning just on the southwestern, or I should say northwestern side of Oklahoma City. Nothing is confirmed. I'm not seeing any indications or confirmation from the National Weather Service, but there are several tornado warnings now, 3 issued for parts of Oklahoma. And this is coming from our National Weather Service office in Tulsa, Oklahoma. They've also reported a wind gust of 75 miles per hour near Osage. So that's where that tornado warning is being issued right now in Osage County, Oklahoma. So again, that's in the Tulsa metro area. If you're watching us from Oklahoma City, this is well to the north east of you. So this tornado warning issued for southern Kansas, central Oklahoma. I did not mean to say that. I clicked the wrong watch here. No, this is a tornado warning. This is for Osage County until 9:45. Coming close to Hominy, Oklahoma at 45 miles per hour. So again, it's about an average speed here. But really starting to move fast. Tornado warning for Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma as well. This includes the city of Pearsonia moving at 55 miles per hour. So that is a quick mover here. And nothing confirmed on the radar either. McKay County, northern Oklahoma, 9:30 p.m. And in Kansas, Elk and Chiquita counties are under a tornado warning. Again, none of these have been confirmed so far from any storm spotters or the National Weather Service. But again, these storms are rotating pretty quickly. This is why they've expanded that high risk of severe weather across the Tulsa metro area, because we have the possibility of seeing tornadoes later on tonight in those areas. So we've been here for about 5 hours now. Time's going by very fast, I feel, just because we've been tracking storms for the last 5 hours, and pretty much there has been maybe a couple of minutes where there weren't tornado warnings, but for the most part, there's also been tornado warnings for the past 5 hours across areas of Oklahoma, our areas of the Midwest here, and it looks like those tornado warnings in areas of Minnesota have expired. We still have one tornado warning just on the northeastern side of Omaha. Des Moines was also added into a tornado watch that extends into the overnight hours. So quite a bit of activity. It's really starting to ramp up here. Matt, I'm not sure if we have any of our storm chaser feed or what the thinking is for our storm chaser feed there. This looks like Jordan Hall is still figuring out where he's going to go, maybe taking a break. But I will say these storms have been producing a lot of lightning. So the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center, I'll read you all the text. A threat for tornadoes, hail, and severe gusts will approach the I-35 corridor in central Oklahoma through 10 o'clock tonight. So that's in like the next 30 minutes for you guys. We could still, and we've been talking about this, redevelopment remains possible into southwest Oklahoma. So we could see a secondary wave of severe storms that have the capability of producing that tornado, possibility of that tornado threat. Again, this was an late evening overnight threat. This was something that we were talking about in our video forecast. This was something that the Storm Prediction Center highlighted in their updates, the National Weather Service. So I know if you are in southwestern Oklahoma, you have not seen very much activity. Do not let your guard down. We still have a couple more hours left of this severe storm threat, well into the overnight hours. It started in the afternoon, and this is why they issue these types of Storm Prediction Center outlooks, because this is an event that's going to be prolonged, numerous. And I know maybe you guys have a little bit of storm fatigue the last several days, and it's only been nearly 2 weeks since, that major outbreak occurred in southwestern Oklahoma, where several cities were damaged by strong tornadoes. And so hang in there. I know it's already been a very long severe weather season across these areas. So stay weather informed, stay weather aware. I know a lot of you guys are from Oklahoma, so you grew up with this type of weather. Just stay aware, share this information, download the MyRadar app if you just happen to find our live stream, browsing on YouTube, or whether that be YouTube or Facebook. Maybe you're watching us on X and you just happen to run into our live stream. There's quite a bit of you guys on X right now watching us. So leave us your comments, reply to us, add us. Tell us what you think of the live stream. We'd love for you guys to join in on our conversation tonight. Maybe some of you weather fanatics that have been watching this as well. It's a very interesting setup. It's been a very interesting setup since last week. We were preparing for this day to come, and here we are tracking several tornado warnings right now, especially across the state of Oklahoma. And that's something we never like to see, is after a major severe weather outbreak has occurred over state, they need some sort of break. But this was not the case this year. It's only May 6th, and we still have a couple more weeks left in May, which May typically brings us peak tornado season. So what that means is the most tornadoes historically have occurred this month. Tornado reports. Some of the strongest tornadoes have occurred in the month of May in the United States. So that's why May for us, meteorologists and weather fanatics, is a very important month every year. Every year we pay close attention to the month of May, even late April, as we saw with the previous storms this year. And so, yeah, definitely keeping an eye on this. We will be in full severe weather mode throughout the next several weeks. Our storm chaser, Jordan Hall, is out in Oklahoma. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci, who actually lives in the Northeast, is staying in the plains this severe weather season just because of how pretty much volatile this atmosphere has been over the last several days, over the last 2 weeks. So yeah, we'll be here to keep you safe and informed. Again, if you have questions, you could always ask us across our social media platforms. Add us on Twitter, Instagram. We're on Instagram as well, Facebook, TikTok. Meteorologist Mike Linden is live on TikTok right now. If you have a TikTok, he's been live there for several hours as well, trying to get some of our feed there. So Matt, let me know if that has improved. If not, we can reassess that. So yeah, so we'll be keeping you safe throughout the next several hours. Look for us on TikTok. We have meteorologist Mike Linden on there, keeping you guys on TikTok. You know, I watch TikTok a lot. So I see a couple live streams on there. So if you want to say hi to him, go on TikTok. We're on X. We're pretty much on every platform that we could possibly be on to keep you guys informed. Okay, so we're gonna come back here. We're having a bit of a technical issue, so we'll come back, fix it quickly, and then but for now, we'll leave you with where the severe and tornado warnings are issued right now. Again, if you have questions during this, leave them in the chat. I'm looking for you guys, looking for your questions, and I definitely want to help you guys out. So we'll leave it up here for now while we fix our technical issues.
Thursday.
Uber's terrible at the map. Sorry, I had to pick that out my bye.
What are you doing, Joe?
Don't know, you just gotta watch it. I'll watch it.
Don't forget about my first aid kit if something happens.
Yeah, I know.
All right, guys. So I think we've solved our technical issues here, but we are tracking now a very large and dangerous tornado that has been confirmed near Avant, Oklahoma, Barnesdale, Oklahoma. There's a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning that has been issued. So these tornado warnings are very dangerous. PDS tornado warning is what we used to call them for short. A damaging tornado has been confirmed, and just from the latest radar scan, as the MyRadar app is updating here live, a very concerning signature, that hook echo with that storm. And if we take a look at our velocity feature here, a correlation coefficient was also picking up on debris. So once this loads, that means when we use correlation coefficient, it has these colors. Within it, we could see if the radar is picking up that debris is being lofted in the atmosphere, which was confirmed on radar. So a very dangerous situation unfolding in areas of Tulsa tonight. So it looks like we are seeing reports of that tornado warning, PDS tornado warning in just north of the Tulsa area. So you can see it there. There's the latest velocity scan, a very tight couplet just on the south end of Barnesdale, Oklahoma, and our correlation coefficient feature in the MyRadar app is also, like I said, it picked up on there's a debris ball signature. That means that debris is being lofted into the atmosphere with this storm. The tight rotation within the storm, that's what we were seeing there. So definitely already a dangerous day unfolding. This is our first particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued over areas of Oklahoma. This is on, again, Barnesdale. This could potentially cross Interstate 75 tonight as we're getting these storms to quickly rotate. And just waiting for the latest radar scan here. But yes, while that loads, I'm reading some of the latest information from the National Weather Service here. And yeah, so very prolific indication. And so let me explain this a little bit. So Maybe you're a weather fanatic, don't really know how to use these layers. This is a very useful tool for you. So this correlation coefficient, like I said earlier, picks up on if there is debris being lofted in the atmosphere. As this loads, and looks like they just extended that tornado warning as well to include Barnesdale and beyond Interstate 75. So Osage and Washington counties in Oklahoma have now been included. Osage was the original tornado warning. Washington County, now you've been added into this tornado warning. And so, just looking at our different radars here, this is a very concerning signature. Yeah, that correlation coefficient is very concerning. Let's see. Looks like we lost my app again. Oops. Okay, yeah, so that's a very concerning signature here. So let me zoom in here, Matt, and I think we have the app up. So where you're seeing kind of the blue mesh with the red, that is south of Barnesdale. Now, this radar scan might be a little bit delayed by a couple of minutes just because the radar scans every 5 minutes. So Barnesdale, you may be already in the thick of it. This is again a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. I know you've been hearing this term a lot over the last several days, especially if you live in Oklahoma. This is actually a very rare sort of tornado warning. When they issue this, that means you need to seek shelter immediately. This is a tornado, confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground, and will make way for some damage. So Barnesdale, that is over your area right now as we speak. And so they've extended the tornado warning into Bartlesdale, Oklahoma. I know that's a populated area as well. Bartlesdale, if this tornado continues to be on the ground, it'll move into areas of Bartlesville here within the next 30 minutes. So that is something of concern with this storm as well. And so that is our latest tornado warning in the state of Oklahoma. It looks like they have canceled the tornado warning that was close to Oklahoma City, which is some good news for you guys in Oklahoma City, but I still want you to stay weather aware of what's going on. The situation is unfolding. It is still a very active evening. So just, stay weather aware, stay alert. These tornado warnings are ongoing in Oklahoma as we speak. Let me zoom out here because there's still a tornado warning coming into Omaha, but really the biggest concern right now is this PDS tornado warning that continues. I think, let's see. So the newest tornado warning again includes areas of Bartlesdale, Washington County. This is the new extension is a PDS tornado warning. So that means particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, large, confirmed, and extremely dangerous tornado 3 miles southwest of Barnesdale. It's moving at 35 miles per hour at about its normal speed. Damaging tornado has been reported. Now, again, like I said earlier, one of the things that makes this kind of setup very dangerous is that it's night. It's dark outside. Do not go outside and try to see the storm. If you're anywhere within this tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter right now. Okay, let's get some of these latest updates from the National Weather Center in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yeah, so that is a tornado emergency now. And that is over Barnesdale, Oklahoma. Tornado emergency is one of those rare tornado warnings. So it doesn't get issued unless there is actually a large and dangerous confirmed tornado on the ground. So tornado emergency is the highest level of a warning that you can get. that is now moving into Bartlesville, Oklahoma. And a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning also indicates a confirmed enlarged tornado. And we have our storm chaser, Jordan Hall, who's out in the field still driving for us. These Tulsa storms, he was in southwestern Oklahoma earlier today, but he's, I think, anticipating, he's waiting for the initiation of the storms in southwestern Oklahoma. So let's zoom out. And I think we can actually track them in our storm chasers layer here. So yeah, so that those tornado warnings, those individual cells eventually will congeal into a line, and that's where we have the potential of a tornado threat and also a significant wind threat with, you know, within this line embedded tornadoes. And so there goes our storm chaser feed here. Let's see if we can get any updates on where Jordan Hall is. He is continuing his drive along in the state of Oklahoma. I think they're all positioning for southwestern Oklahoma. We can get some of that storm initiation here tonight. Yeah, so tornado emergency continues, includes Barnesdale, Bartlesville, Dewey. It's going to be a long evening for you guys in Oklahoma. So it looks like Barnesdale, you're taking a direct hit from this storm right now. And we're waiting for our radar to load here. Very, very just astounding radar image that I'm seeing from the Tulsa radar here. Yeah, very, very dangerous situation unfolding here. Yeah, still waiting for the storm chasers layer to load in the app to get Jordan Hall's current location. So it looks like we're seeing reports of a large wedge that just went through Barnesdale, unfortunately. A very small city with a population of about 1,000. If those reports are initially true, that means a huge chunk of the city, I would imagine, has been affected by this large tornado. Debris lofted well into the atmosphere tonight, just from the latest radar scans. And Matt, let's switch to the Mac Mini so we can get a little bit of a better view of this tornado. Looks like I'm having problems with the app tonight. Yeah, so let's switch to the Mac Mini and you're seeing it there. Yeah, very, 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 very strong indication that this thing is hooking. It's right over Barnesdale, unfortunately. Bartlesville, Oklahoma, that's a little bit more populated. You're downstream from this. You're gonna get in on this tornado if it continues to stay on the ground here over the next several minutes. Wow, that is just a very impressive velocity scan. What we mean by that is it's just not a good thing to look at. This is not what we want to see when there's a tornado warning and a type of velocity scan. That's a very tight couplet, so that means strong rotation. There's, I mean, it's a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. And it's heading straight for Bartlesdale, Oklahoma. Or yes, Bartlesdale, Oklahoma. A correlation coefficient layer also picking up on a debris ball signature here. What you're seeing there is Jordan Hall, that lightning as he's driving in southwestern Oklahoma. Let's see if we can get any updates on our storm chasers layer here. So waiting for the latest radar scan with that correlation coefficient. So yeah, where you're seeing the reds in the middle or the blue in the middle of the red, that to us indicates that on radar, there is physical debris being lofted into the atmosphere. That's what usually happens when you get a very strong tornado. It tends to lift debris into the atmosphere. The radar is picking up on that. Definitely that this thing is still on the ground. Unfortunate for the city of Barnesdale, and I'm very concerned. If you're in Bartlesville, Oklahoma, you know anybody who lives there, tell them that there is a tornado emergency ongoing if they didn't receive it on their phone. Maybe they go to sleep early. Make sure that they are aware of what's going on here. Download the MyRadar app. That is a very dangerous tornado unfolding right now. Yeah, so very, very, I'm seeing early indications of, you know, of this. And thank you for all of you guys who continue to watch us from X, formerly known as Twitter. I see a lot of you still here, so thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight. I know it's a very active evening. I hope that, you know, this information is reaching people in Oklahoma. Let's do so that, yeah, I'm going to keep that radar scan up, and this should update as we get some of the latest scans here. But, you know, that hook is still there. We're still seeing a debris ball signature, which indicates that there is still a tornado on the ground and a very tight velocity couplet with this. Yeah, so the tornado emergency continues tonight. Catastrophic damage will occur with this tornado on the ground. Yeah, so what you're watching here, and I'm just reading the latest updates. Hey, if you have questions, it's 10:50 p.m. Eastern time, so 9:50 Central time. There is still way more hours to go with this severe weather threat. This is again a 5 out of 5 risk of severe weather. So this threat's still ongoing. Share this information, continue it. There's still a PDS tornado warning issue. That's a tornado emergency in those areas. A large and dangerous tornado confirmed. That was over Barnesdale. It's coming very, very close to the city of Bartlesville, Oklahoma, which is probably one of the more populated cities in northwestern Oklahoma, just right before you get into Kansas. National Weather Service in Tulsa, Oklahoma, trying to warn residents there tonight. I'm already seeing some preliminary damage photos, unfortunately, from Barnesdale, Oklahoma. Looks like they got hit head on with this tornado. Yeah, even watching like the last couple of loops of this, it's pretty astounding just how the storm quickly, intensified, and then you could see the hook there, and then it's still on the ground. Barnesdale took a direct hit from this tornado. Tornado emergency still continues. It's until 10:15, so unfortunately, you still have another 30 minutes on this tornado emergency. Tornado warnings continue across areas of the Midwest. Yeah, and that's what makes these storms very dangerous. It's dark. You can't see them. If you're in the path of it, it'll be, especially in such a remote area, you will not be able to see the storm. You need to be seeking shelter if you are under this tornado warning. So let's get an eye live. Let's see if we can see where Jordan Hall is tonight. So Jordan Hall actually is driving. He is actually driving north into northwestern Oklahoma. So let's see if I think that is actually outdated. I'm not sure that he's actually there right now. Let's see. Okay, so checking in, Jordan Hall continues to drive, I'd imagine, into southwestern Oklahoma. Tornado emergency continues. Yeah, so this storm, it's coming already pretty much into Bartlesville. I want to get some of these population stats with this emergency. So about almost 50,000 people are within this tornado emergency. That's concerning. That is a moderate population. Golf ball sized hail is also possible. Yeah, very, very volatile atmosphere right now. Yeah, so about 50,000 people are in this tornado warning, this tornado emergency. And wow, just watching the latest radar scans, pretty crazy to see that. So let's definitely thinking about Barnesdale, Oklahoma tonight. They just took a direct hit from a very large tornado. It's now coming into areas of Bartlesville. Tornado emergency continues. Yeah, so Bartlesville, definitely be in your shelter right now. This is still going to be an ongoing long track tornado. Oh, let's see. Okay, so Matt Highland there in the background, pulling up some storm chaser feed live from our MyRadar app here. Looks like they have just took some cities like Barnesdale out of that tornado emergency now that the tornado has passed over your area. Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Let's see what the latest text is here. So the tornado emergency continues. This goes until 10:15, so another 15 minutes. Bartlesville, at any moment, it'll come over your area, and it'll also cross Interstate 75.
I'm only mad, so I don't.
Yeah, so it looks like we're trying to find some feed there of storm chasers. Um, they're scattered all over the state. Yeah, so we're tracking these storms continuously here. I've been here so long that, I have my headphones in to hear Matthew Hyland, and I've had to switch him out frequently. Just time is passing by. This, high risk of severe weather definitely unfolding before our eyes. And, it's been a couple long hours for the residents in Oklahoma over the last several hours of tornado warnings. It's May, so, this is the deal in Oklahoma in the month of May. Um, yeah, so we are still tracking that a dangerous tornado. And the latest radar scans have it right over Bartlesville, Oklahoma. It's still spinning. Let's take a look at that signature. Yeah, so still on the ground, still picking up debris. More so correlation coefficient looks a little bit more astounding as it moved into Bartlesville, Oklahoma. I'm very concerned for residents there. Yeah, so, that's a very, very concerning signature here. Hey, for those of you watching our stream, let us know that you're watching us. Let us know where you're watching us from. Are you in Oklahoma, or are you just interested in what's happening right now? Sometimes I tend to watch some live streams as well. And, especially on days like today, I watch our Storm Chasers live streams. So definitely very interested in what's going on weather-wise. So give us a shout out. Let us know where you're watching us from. If you're watching us on X, quote tweet us. Tell us where you're watching us from. That way we'll see it. I'm curious to know where the bulk of you guys on X are watching us. There's a lot of you guys on X watching us right now. Do you have me in the background? Maybe you just need some background noise, but you also like weather. Let us know. I'm very interested. To see. And I hope this is reaching the right people, especially if you know anybody who lives in Bartlesville, Oklahoma. That tornado is pretty much right over that area, and still seeing debris being lofted into the atmosphere. Velocity scans also indicate that this is still a very tight rotation. It's been on the ground for the last several minutes now. We also have tornado warnings in Iowa. So the tornado warnings extend well into parts of the Midwest. Or North Central Plains. Yeah, violent tornado confirmation, early assessment damage reports coming in from Barnsdale, but right now our main concern is Bartlesville. Barnsdale was the city right before. Bartlesville is what's you know, the tornado is on the ground right now. It's affecting Bartlesville, Oklahoma as we speak. Yes, I'm very, very concerned for Bartlesville right now. Yeah, so we're still seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. So, so we'll do this. We will leave the radar up here, continue to track this in Bartlesville, Oklahoma. So there it is. It looks like it just moved out of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. And they have extended that tornado warning just along Interstate 75 to include those cities up there. Yeah, so Copen, Dewey, the Kansas border have been included in this tornado warning. Now, they have taken off the tornado emergency text with this. About 33,000 people are within the zone. So that is some good news, but it's still a tornado warning. Bartlesville looks like just took a direct hit from this tornado. Along I-75, about to cross I-75. We can actually zoom in even more on here. Let's see if it does this. And kind of go back in the radar scan and kind of pinpoint exactly where this tornado could have possibly crossed. So possibly over the Bartlesville Municipal Airport. Maybe so Bartlesville, the center where the locator is, on the west side of Bartlesville, it potentially crossed. Looks like a very congested area, maybe full of homes. That's where that tornado possibly crossed through. And I'm just toggling through our reflectivity radar scans here. And so just going back, looking at our radar that plays in motion, that's possibly where this tornado ripped through. Bartlesville, Oklahoma. I'm thinking about you guys. That's just some thinking on my part. There's no official, I haven't seen any official reports yet from the National Weather Service. But the tornado warning that they have extended does not have the tornado emergency tag with it. And not to get confused, Barnesdale and Bartlesville are two separate cities, two separate towns. Jordan Hall, I think, is still in Western Oklahoma. So you've been watching him drive along there. And Matt, if we can make the radar full screen and have Jordan Hall maybe on the upper side, just because he is just not in the zone of the storms. Earlier in the stream, if you watched us, Jordan Hall actually got a good image of the tornado near Covington. That was a reported tornado. That I think preliminarily, at least right now, there was some damage over near Covington. So our app, so we finally got an update on where Jordan Hall is. He's actually headed towards Oklahoma City now. So the latest, yeah, so he's going back into Oklahoma City. He's south of El Reno, Oklahoma. So you've been watching his feed there of him driving. And so, yeah, we're still checking in on Bartlesville here. I was just wanting to show y'all a zoomed in view of what the radar scans looked like earlier, just because I think it gives you perspective of where it could potentially have crossed. Unfortunately, on the west side of Bartlesville Municipal Airport, I think was directly affected by this tornado. This tornado, I think, is still on the ground, but it's now crossing into the new tornado warning zone, which is not in a tornado emergency as of now. So here's an official report from the National Weather Service. Multiple reports of structural damage and multiple photos and videos of a tornado in and near Barnsdale. So it looks like they are doing some early indications that there is damage reports in Barnsdale. We knew that. Tomorrow, early morning light, I guess, will show us the extent of the damage in Barnsdale, Oklahoma. And so there goes that tornado. Yeah, so it looks like the velocity, it's not as tight as it was earlier, thankfully. It still affected Barnsdale in Bartlesville, Oklahoma. And so the Storm Prediction Center has issued a new tornado watch. And so let's see if we can pull that up for you guys. It does include areas on the eastern side of Oklahoma. So Miami, Oklahoma, Pryor Creek, Muskogee, Fort Smith now, Arkansas, Fayetteville, McAllister, Oklahoma, Durant, and Idabel. This is a tornado watch until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So that's what we were talking about. This is a severe threat that will continue well into the overnight hours. And again, that is a newly issued tornado watch. And if we zoom out here, I think you'll be able to see it in the app. So yeah, where you're seeing those yellow boxes drawn in the app, that is the tornado watches that have been issued. And that is now extended into parts of Arkansas. So this severe weather threat is not even close to being done. And so, let's see. Someone watching from Missouri, Arkansas Hot Springs. I think you are just outside of that tornado watch. So this threat goes well into the overnight hours. So something to watch here now, let's actually turn on this radar, is these storms. So whoever is watching us, I hope you're still watching us if you're in Lawton, between Lawton and Oklahoma City. This is what we were waiting for. These storms are starting to initiate in southwestern Oklahoma. Yeah, so look at that. These are growing pretty fast. They're forming off the dry line that's pushing to the east there.
I got it. Holy cow, it's max. It's full max. Yeah, that's max now. Barnsdale. Yeah, Barnsdale. With no rain, no nothing? Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, it's gonna happen. Barnsdale got wiped off the map, so they're gone. It lifted on the tower cam. I watched it.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit more concerned now for this upscale growth of the storms in southwestern Oklahoma. You can kind of see it there on radar, that line of storms, and then, you know, it happens quickly. Right now, heavy rainfall over Hobart, Oklahoma, along interstate, or coming close to Interstate 44 in Lawton. I think, you know, that is the concern in southern Oklahoma. Now the storms are moving north of Oklahoma City. Yes, so Jordan Hall, yeah, he, I'm not sure what happened to his feed, but he is closing in. I think he's anticipating or going to track these storms well into the overnight hours over Oklahoma City. Yeah, so Jordan Hall is a resident of Oklahoma, so he lives in the Oklahoma City metro area. So he's very well, he knows Oklahoma, the back of his hand. And I think, you know, he's on the move. He's on the move. Has a speed up still for us. So nothing right now in Oklahoma City, so don't be concerned. But I think he's anticipating these storms to move in later tonight. So they're already starting to grow a lot. They're starting to grow pretty rapidly in southwestern Oklahoma. There's lightning already associated with those storms in southwestern Oklahoma. Let's see if I can toggle on the lightning layer here. And let's do markers. So there it is. These should show up in the app now. And you can see how much lightning is associated with these storms. So much lightning north of Oklahoma City. If you're in Edmond, you're kind of on the edge of where these storms are right now. Yeah, so I'm just getting some of the latest information here.
I just really don't want to see that. Like, yeah, you're gonna get tours, but they're gonna
okay.
Be right away. They're not just gonna be wispy. They're gonna be.
Yeah, so we still have a tornado warning, a very small one in areas of Iowa.
On these down here either.
The tornado warning for Oklahoma continues in Copen. About 10:45, that new extension of that tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, 2 hours out. Oh, it just updated. Yeah, I gotta keep Sierra in the loop too. If we get anything going towards Norman, she's getting in the car with Denali and getting the hell out of there. Where are they gonna go? Away. They'll just drive away from wherever that rotation's at. Find a gap in the storms.
Yeah. So watching these storms closely now. Again, I want to reiterate: if you're in southwestern Oklahoma, that is from Oklahoma City down to about Altus, in between there. The storms are starting to initiate. They're starting to form, and over the next several hours, that's why that tornado watch has been issued until at least 11. So you have another 30 minutes. That's where you have the
Yeah, I
potential
see
of
it
seeing
back
storms. I think the concern for now is maybe southeastern Oklahoma, where they've been included in the newly issued tornado watch that goes until 5 o'clock this morning. And so again, let me show you how to access the storm chaser layer. Matt Highland, if we can pull up the iPad so I can kind of talk about that a little bit. So the storm chaser layer, and we're seeing Jordan Hall's location on it. He's a little bit south of El Reno, going back towards, I think, either he's going south or going towards Oklahoma City. He may be going towards Oklahoma City and continuing there. But let's show you how to access this, because if you are like me and you're gonna, talk about these storms and you want to track them live, there are plenty of storm chaser feeds that you can access within the MyRadar app. And so this will be useful. And this is in the layers menu. So you can see some of these toggled on, that purple that turns on. Video and storm chasers layer. That will be where you can access this feed. And so look for that in the MyRadar app. Okay, yeah. So just a quick little tidbit if you need to track these storms later on tonight.
Holy crap! Did you look at your SRH?
It's also a
Yeah, so I think with that, we will wrap up this live stream. And that's why I wanted to show y'all how to access the storm chasers layer. Again, southwestern Oklahoma. Please be very weather aware. These storms are starting to fire off pretty quickly and they're growing. The tornado threat continues into the overnight hours, especially for eastern Oklahoma. So we want to make you stay weather aware and informed. Please let us know where you watched this from tonight. Maybe you're watching us, we're ending the stream now, and you want to give us a shout out. Quote tweet us on X, reply to us on X. Leave your comments on YouTube, Facebook. If you're watching us in the app, you could leave your comments or tag us on social media. We had a team of meteorologists on, and every single social media platform, even on TikTok. So if you don't follow us on TikTok, you use TikTok a lot, you didn't know that we had a TikTok, follow us on there. Meteorologist Mike Linden was live there, tracking the storms with these live streams that we have, our capabilities here at MyRadar. So make sure to follow us on there, give us a shout out. Share our information. Very important that it gets out to whoever needs it. And so with that, we will end the stream, but of course, continue to track these storms across the social media platforms. And thank you all who joined us tonight, especially across X, Facebook, YouTube, and the MyRadar app. It's a very active week. We're going to continue to track the severe weather threat well into this end of the week. So stay weather aware, informed, and look for our video content across social media platforms. Please be safe tonight and stay informed.
Let me see what the new updated VT